Hello, adventurers, and happy holidays. Merry Christmas to those that it applies, and happy Monday to all of you to whom that applies. Of course, it could be Tuesday for a few of you, but hey, whatever indeed. Welcome, welcome. It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures, and it's an exciting one because we're getting ready to finish up a long-standing series here. One of two long-standing series that we're finishing up within the next week. So this one is the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England series. And I think the same thing happened in the very most recent one of these we did too, where we expected to do this in the Mooney Ovation for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, and we have called an audible due to weather conditions. That Mooney, great summer airplane, not too suitable for flying in icing conditions. Does not have any kind of anti-icing capability in it, and we've definitely got stuff like that to contend with tonight. Yeah, Melvin said, I thought you might bust out the Baron. Well, I'm much more recently practiced in the DC-3 than I am in the Baron, or else I might do that. But, I mean, you know that I tend to focus on a small handful of planes, and I try to fly them each semi-competently, and I really just didn't feel like, you know, busting out a plane I haven't flown in probably over a year would be a good call. But yeah, certainly would have been an option. The Beech Baron does have good anti-icing capabilities in it here in X-Plane, and in most sims that it's in, it does have some measure of ability to fly in such adverse weather. So let me just show you, we are finishing up a series called the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England flights. And it is a series that is hosted on the Boston Virtual ARTCC website, and it is 24, well, I guess it's 30 flights in total. And actually, if we go to the flights tab here, it's probably really a better overview. There's a little bit of an introduction there on the page I was just showing you. But this is a list of the 6 VFR and 24 IFR training flights offered by the program. And they are more or less self-study lessons. You look at each of these. You can open up each one of these. If you're a member of the Boston website, if you have a VATSIM ID, you can sign up to join the Boston Virtual ARTCC group. It is a pilot and controller community, and I think there's a little bit of an application process. If you pretty much just put in there, I'm very interested in looking at and potentially completing the Wings over New England training program. That's really all you need to say in your little application there. But they will approve your account, and then you'll be able to open up each individual flight here. But for now, even without an account, you can at least look at this page and get a sense of what the program covers. And again, 6 VFR, 24 IFR flights, which with each one getting progressively more complex and advanced in terms of the procedures that it covers. So each one builds upon the skills and knowledge that you gain from doing the previous. So it's a great program to do in succession. 6 VFR flights and then 24 IFR flights for a total of 30. And tonight's stream will mark the last couple that we need to do. Basically the 29th and 30th flights in the series. We've got over on our YouTube channel, linked on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, a playlist called BVARTCC Wings over New England. And it's all 30 of these flights in succession. There was a couple that we had to repeat, actually, because of mishaps that happened during the flights, and wound up having to go back and do over again. As I was saying, the plan is that you read through these lessons on your own, and each one gives you a sense of the procedures and the other resources, charts and such that you need in order to complete the flight. You get on when there is Boston coverage, ATC coverage on the network. In some cases, just a tower controller is all you need. In other cases, a certain approach or Boston approach, or worst case scenario, you need somebody covering the entire of Boston Center. If they're not too terribly busy, like it's not during a Friday night ops event or something like that, you would basically just request in your IFR clearance that you're completing Wings VFR number such and such, or Wings IFR number such and such. They will tell you that that is approved most of the time, unless they're too busy. But they'll tell you that that is approved, and then they will proceed to give you your IFR clearance. We've seen that a few times before. Like I said, we are finishing up the last 2 flights in the series tonight. We happen to have landed on a night when there's doing some sort of a virtual airline fly-in, although it doesn't look like it's terribly busy in the airspace, at least not right now. So either the fly-in was not as well attended as thought, or maybe it's later on, or whatever. But I think for right now, we seem to have pretty good staffing in Boston. We've got a few folks that have checked into the chat already. Melvin Leroy was first, jumping in with the firsties message. J-Law1 shortly behind him. And the Real Millhouse and Controller Bowen have also checked into the chat. Hi, guys. Appreciate you guys stopping in. Got a lot to discuss on this one. So I apologize if I'm not 100% attentive to the chat. Might have a little bit more time to talk once we get up to cruise on this one. That's a little bit of a longer flight because we landed all the way up at Bar Harbor, Maine on this last one, and we're going to take this all the way back down to Norwood, which is just outside of Boston itself. So bit of a longer flight for the first. Now, you'll notice something that you don't often see, which is when we boot up this sim, we see nighttime, real-time simulation. In other words, we're tracking the actual time where it is up in Bar Harbor and with the daylight conditions where it really is up here in Bar Harbor. This specific rating material, I'll show you in just a moment. This IFR 23 has some stuff that is pertinent to daytime versus nighttime in the approach. And it does say for this flight, pilots should use real-world time because the controllers are going to use current actual time to determine whether or not the flight's conducted at night. I consider doing this flight in the Mooney at daytime with adjusted weather in order for us to be able to do it in the Mooney. But because this lesson is specific to dealing with real-world time and real-world weather, decided to go ahead and use a plane that was capable of handling it. Balin says, are you allowed to fly any plane in the Wing series? Yes, pretty much. They have in each one suggested aircraft. There's certain ones that in the middle of the IFR that are more geared toward jets, and you'll notice that in our series we use that working title CJ4 for a handful of, I think, 6 or 7 of those lessons kind of in the middle of the IFR series. So they have suggested aircraft here. Some of them require RNAV capable aircraft, and that's why we use that CJ4 for those. A lot of them, most of them don't require RNAV capability. You can do it with or without. For the ones that require RNAV capability, they do have alternate instructions for those that are completing the series completely non-RNAV. So, of course, on this channel, you would think I might have done that. I decided that because I'm doing these for YouTube for folks to use as demos, for if they're considering doing these flights on their own, they basically can look at the series, the playlist on my YouTube channel, and see someone that has done it before and get a sense for what it entails. So for that reason, I decided to kind of stick with the normal way, the usual way that each of these would be done. So the ones that were specifically geared toward RNAV procedure, I went ahead and used an RNAV capable aircraft. But you can read through each lesson and see what the suggested aircraft are. This one, a few of them are a bit longer, Balin, so I don't know I would do a Cessna Skyhawk for all of these unless there's a couple of them that you might have to invest a couple of hours just to due to the distance. Obviously, they all stay within this Boston airspace, but it is a pretty complete tour of the airspace, and there are certain flights, like tonight's, start all the way up in the northeast corner of the airspace and end down here kind of in the central part. And so even within this airspace alone, you can get some kind of longer flights for your slower aircraft like your Skyhawks. But it certainly can be done if you want to invest the time, and it's just a matter of finding the air traffic control coverage that is on and will grade you on your flight. Each one is pass fail. You either complete it successfully or you don't. And the controllers, they aren't looking inside your cockpit. They're basically just looking at the scope. So all they're judging success or failure on is, are you on the right spot in their scope, tracing the correct path along the correct airway or radial or what have you? Are you on the correct side of the approach when you do the hold or the procedure turn? Are you at the correct altitude at each segment of the flight? per the procedure. So they're really just looking based on what they can see on the radar scope, speed, altitude, direction, and yeah, I guess that's it. Good Fixins has checked in. Millhouse says you can pick different airports that match the criteria if you want to stick to a single prop. That's a good point, Millhouse. They do also, they have the test standards up here, and then they do say in each one you can depart from any airport within Boston and land at Norwood. The great thing, I mean, that's an excellent point. You can shorten this one. There are some other longer ones that you can shorten if you just want to go, as long as you can meet the test standards and follow the guidance that they give you as far as choosing different airports. That's also useful if, for example, you have a flight that hangs around Providence. Providence approach isn't on, but maybe Portland approach is. You could maybe tailor the flight to work within Portland approach's airspace instead of Providence approach's airspace if you didn't have center coverage on or what have you. So you can kind of tailor these to your situation as far as where you want to fly versus where there is controller coverage. So things like that are possible as well. It's a great point. I went ahead and did all of these flights based on the exact criteria that's listed in the program. So the other thing is that if you do it that way, each one starts where the last one ended, so you can always do them in succession, and you'll always pick up where physically where the last one left off. Now, obviously, if you're modifying the airports for reasons that I just mentioned, then obviously that continuity might be broken, but that's sure not a deal breaker. Good Fixin says some of the IFR ones require things like custom waypoints in your FMC, high altitude airways. You probably wouldn't be able to do them in a Cessna 172. Indeed, and that's where these instructions here, alternate requirements for non-RNAV aircraft, would certainly come into play. So they do in each one, even the real technical FMC-based ones, they do have alternate instructions for completing the rating. I just feel like for the spirit of the program, the way it's intended, it was best to just stick with the program as it was written. So that's what we're doing. For this one, we are going to be flying from Bar Harbor all the way down to Norwood, and you'll notice at Norwood, the only approach that they have that is non-RNAV is this localizer approach to runway 35, which we'll go ahead and pull up and look at here. And there's an initial approach fix at Providence VOR, so that's why I've designed my route to kind of swing down to the south and pick up from Providence. So that's, if you notice, there's this weird kind of hook-shaped route that I've put in. There's not a specific tech route or published or preferred route for this city pair from Bahaba, as I've been corrected, from Bahaba down to Norwood. So I've just basically put myself direct to the nearest VOR, which is Augusta, and then just following this Victor 268 pretty much all the way down, and it kind of skirts the east side of the Boston airspace. Now, obviously, in a single engine prop, you would want to probably be cautious about how much time you spend over open water. We're now going to be in a twin, so that's less of a concern. But you might want to route around to the west side if you're in a single engine prop, if you're considering real world considerations in your choice of route. But Victor 268 comes down to this point, Indy, then it joins this radial off of Providence, and straight back into the Providence VOR, and then again the Providence VOR serves as your initial fix for this localizer approach into Providence. So it's a non-precision approach, and then the idea is that we might fly the Loc 35 to 17, to circle to 17, depending on the wind conditions there, or circle to 28 or 10. It does say, however, circling not available at night, and nighttime is definitely sunset until sunrise, so we are definitely going to be arriving here at night. The higher circling minimums of 600 instead of 580 apply, so obviously so you have a 20-foot difference there in the minimums. Of course, if you are able to, if you have DME or another means of identifying the location called Dike, then it's actually a 500-foot, so it's a 100-foot difference between the straight-in minimums and the circling minimums. But for purposes of this flight, as we're doing it after dark on a winter weekday, then we would not be able to circle we would have to fly this approach only to 3.5, and then if we weren't able to land on 3.5, we would actually have to divert. Far harbor. Alright, guys. Let's go back and talk about the other... Oh, okay, so we did cover... let's talk in more detail about this whole de-icing fix thing, because basically what this chart is saying is if you have a means... If your aircraft is equipped with a means to be able to identify where you are crossing over de-icing, then you can use this minimum. If you do not have a means to determine where you're crossing over the point called de-icing, you use this minimum. So that's important for us to know. De-icing is 2.5 miles DME on the Norwood, the I-OWD on the localizer. If you have DME in your aircraft, and you're able to look at the display and see that it says 2.7, 2.6, 2.5. Okay, we're crossing de-icing. Okay, good. Well, now you're using the lower minimums of 500 because you are able to locate the de-icing fix. If you were not able to use DME for de-icing, and you notice that there's no other reference radio, it's not like they give you a reference radio off of Providence, like we have... If you're inbound this way, you would know if you don't have DME, you can still locate that you're at this point Curly. If you don't have the DME of 12, you'll know that you're crossing Curly when you pass the 057. So you have the localizer tuned in on nav 1, you have Providence tuned in on a 057 on nav 2, and when the needle starts like this, and then it progresses to where it's straight down, and then it ends like that, you'll know you have crossed the point Curly, or whatever it was that I just drew through and can't read now. So you have a cross-reference line that you can use to identify that point Curly. You don't have a line, which I didn't draw very straight, but you get the idea. Don't have a line like that for de-icing, so we don't know when we're crossing de-icing if we don't have DME. So basically that's what the chart is saying. If you're able to know when you're at 2.5 DME, you can use this minimum. If you're not able to know, the closest you can determine is I'm at Stogue because I just passed over the outer marker, or I just passed over the NDB on 397. When that needle, that NDB needle flips from forward to backward, you'll know that you've crossed over here at 5.1, and you can time it from here to here, but you don't have a precise way of knowing when you're at de-icing. You only have an estimated way of knowing when you're at de-icing, based on the timing. That's not good enough. That means you have to use the higher minimums of 580 in that case. So hopefully that's enough of an explanation as to whether or not you have de-icing and whether or not you can use the lower minimums therefore. What else do we cover in here? RNAV. Okay, yeah, if you do the RNAV to runway 35, you avoid all that. It still does say, just like this one does, though, circling not available or not applicable or not allowed. It's I don't know if that's applicable, allowed, or available. Either way, it works. It's not any of those things. The N definitely stands for not, I can give you that. But anyway, even if you're doing the RNAV, you're still going to have that circling not available at night. Now, are we going to be able to fly the ILS, or the localizer, rather, to 3.5? Let's see. Let's take a peek at what the weather conditions are now. Winds are calm there, so we could fly the localizer to 3.5. We don't have too much of a tailwind. If you have winds that are coming from somewhere from 300 to 050, you have a prevailing headwind, and you're fine. If you have winds that are coming from somewhere between 120 to 200 some, then you have a tailwind, and if you have too much of a tailwind, then you may elect not to be able to land on runway 35, because too much of a tailwind means you're going to use more runway, and it's not going to be as safe to attempt, depending on your size and speed of aircraft. So if the wind is coming from the south, then you might elect not to be able to land on 3.5. If you were doing daytime, that's when you would elect to circle to 1.7 if the winds were more favorable to that. Or in the case of the nighttime, you're not allowed to circle. You would actually have to divert. Looks like tonight, if the calm winds at Norwood hold up, then we should be okay to just land there and complete this rating that way. What else? Circling to another runway, daylight only. Contact approach. We did discuss contact approaches when we did the rating into Bar Harbor. It doesn't require you to fly any segment of a published approach. You just need at least 1 statute mile and 1 mile of flight visibility, remain clear of clouds, and to be able to see the airport and land. So that's an alternate method of landing if you are able to maintain visual with the field. And that is this is a couple of paragraphs more about contact approaches. But to be quite honest, I am not terribly versed about contact approaches. It does essentially require you to be able to keep visual with the ground, and there's some other options for contact approaches which are probably just beyond the scope of what we want to get into tonight before we get too far into the weeds. Landing visually, you can cancel IFR if you have visual conditions. You can cancel IFR and then proceed VFR to land on runway 17, and then you would just be VFR for the remainder. You can cancel once you have sight of the runway. Cancel IFR. Squawk and maintain VFR. Okay, and we're going to enter a left downwind to runway 17. If you can do that all in visual conditions, then you can just do that under visual flight rules, VFR. And then, of course, fly somewhere else just means if you have to divert. All right, and then the last piece is letting you know what you need to do. We'll need to know how to approach Norwood. We talked about that already. We're going to start from Providence VOR, and they can clear us either via vectors or they can clear us onto the approach from Providence VOR, either way. It does talk about operating a single-engine aircraft between Bar Harbor and Norwood. That takes you about 25 nautical miles offshore. So again, they talked about routing kind of around the west side of the airspace instead. Other than that, I think we're good to go with this, gentlemen. We'll go ahead and gentlemen, ladies, and everyone else. Didn't mean to be non-inclusive there, but yeah, I think we'll go ahead and go, and we'll see how it works. All right, let's get back into the aircraft and start our checklist. I've yammered on long enough, I think. Into the aircraft, I said. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and get it powered up. Get the master battery switch on. No smoking. Nav and beacon lights can come on. And you can see we've already got some of the cockpit lighting on, and we'll get that nice and cranked up. All reliable, yes indeed. Let us get the left side of the aircraft hooked to the left main tank. Right side of the aircraft hooked to the right main tank. We'll fiddle with that a little bit once we get going. We got Hong Kong VATCC to hit the follow button. Thank you very much. Getting ready to do some flying up here in the northeast U.S. as part of the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England program. Thanks for joining us tonight. We can get the cowl flaps opened. Get ready to start the plane. Get some air cooling ready to flow through the engines. Get the prop lever full forward. We'll get the throttle crack just a little bit, and we'll start with the number 2 sign. We'll go mix, magnetos, fuel pump, prime it, clear it, and start her up. Again, not a perfect, realistic startup procedure, but pretty good. This is the Aeroworx Douglas DC-3. Really on the org store as a C-47 Skytrain, but the differences are pretty minimal. So there we are. We got the number 2 up and running. We got oil pressure that came up right away. Fuel pressure still artificially elevated with the electric pump running, but we'll shut that off. Turn the generator on. We see the fuel pressure now stabilized at its normal reading level, and the temps and pressures are going to start working their way into the normal ranges, so we'll check on those. In the meantime, with electricity going through the aircraft off that number 2 generator, we can get the inverter and the radio master on. We have not sent our flight plan. I always, on these wings over New England flights, I try to wait to do that so I can kind of show you what I'm filing. So let's bring the flight plan box over here. You can see the box still has what we had from our most recent X-plane flight on stream for you. We're doing KBHB, going to K Norwood, AOWD. Our alternate's going to be Providence. Departure time, I'm going to call it 00:45, although I feel like we're going to probably get up airborne a little bit late. Hour 38. We got 433 in the tanks, including alternates, reserves, and contingencies. Cruise speed's going to be more like 180 and 6,000. Oh, and I guess I should show you the route. The reason we went with 6,000. And then wings, IFR 23, they like for you to put the one you're doing in. If you're doing one of these training flights, they like for you to put which one in the remarks. We are slant alpha, not slant whiskey. I think everything else looks good. We'll go ahead and file that. I will come back and show you real quick the altitude considerations. We're going westbound from Bar Harbor to Augusta. We have to be at least 6,000 just because off airway obstacle clearance is already 44, so 6 would be the next westbound available altitude. Minimum here is 3,000. Minimum here is 5,000, so that would put us at 6 also. Minimum 6,000. Minimum 6,000, so yeah, we'd be at 6 regardless. We'd be at 6,000, so there we go. Yeah, so the C-47, a lot of them have been converted over into passenger aircraft, Millhouse, but the suspension is a little bit more sturdy. I guess there was mostly suspension and a few engine and small engine related and small avionic related upgrades. Yeah, C-47 was the cargo. There was also a troop transport version. But yeah, the ones that started life as C-47s do have slightly more rigid suspension or durable suspension and are able to support slightly larger weight. The ones that started as C-47s can carry up to 28 passengers. Most of the civilian DC-3s had a max of 21, and they're not any bigger. It's just that they're able to support more weight on the suspension. Something along those lines. I'm not an expert. Anyway, so the flight plan's been sent, progress bar has been updated, we can check. I don't think we've got a METAR. I'm sorry, we do have a METAR, but we don't have a ATIS running up here at Bar Harbor. It's not a towered field anyway, but we should have a METAR observation at least. 290 at 4 is the wind, 10 statute miles clear, -2, -6, temp dew point, altimeter 299.8, 299.8, so we'll go ahead and get that set in, or 2998er as we say sometimes on this channel. Get that set here. Looking to take off westbound if we can. What's the... sky vectors here. Don't have an airport diagram, but we've got this little mini diagram here. 33.5 is fine. We're parked in this east, this ramp area down here, so we can just taxi to the east and go off 135. What else we got? We got the altimeter set. Origin elevation is just about 83 feet, and that's darn close to what's showing, so that's a good cross-check to make. We'll obtain our clearance, and it is IFR. Now, this is a non-towered field, so we could depart VFR and then pick up our IFR clearance, but I think we'll go ahead and just get it from center right now. Looks like we're on 34.7.
American 842, wind is calm, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Wind's calm, runway 22 left, clear to land, American 842.
Alright. Boston Center, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's got the weather at Bahama. We're doing IFR 23 to Norwood.
Number 514 Delta Victor, thanks for the weather. It's on request. I'll call you back.
Okay, no problem. While we're waiting on that, let's see if there are a few things we can run through and do. We'll need to come back and set the squawk in the transponder mode. Nav and ADF tuners can be set. The initial part of our navigation plan requires us to navigate to Augusta, 1495. Probably end up using auto to navigate directly to it. And that's the case, we'll have to just spin it to whatever centers. But on the outbound side, it's a 213. We'll go ahead and preset that. And, yeah, maybe we'll keep that, or maybe we'll end up spinning that around, or
4726 on the box.
might have to end up having to put it back. Love it when they say the squawk.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Boston Center, Delta 1965 is clear, runway 22 left.
What's in the box is your squawk code, guys.
Yeah, 1965. Welcome to Boston. Turn left on Mike and right on Bravo. Contact ground point.
Alright. After Augusta, the next one, we're actually looks like we're just going to this point, Meshel, 62 miles out. And then the next thing to do would be inbound to the Boston VOR of 112.7.
Proceed on course, VFR altitude, your discretion.
Roger, for H1 Miracle.
On a 048. So 112.7 and 048. So we'll get that set in our second nav. Looks like 112.7's already. And we'll flip all this up in the nav 1 when we get to the point where we're navigating that way. 048 would be
514 Delta Victor, clearance, are you ready to copy?
514 Delta Victor, ready to go.
514 Delta Victor, wing side 523 is approved. Cleared to Norwood Airport via upon entering controlled airspace, direct Augusta, then as filed. Climb maintain 6000. Squawk 4711, hold for release.
Alright, cleared to Norwood. Upon entering will be direct Augusta. We'll maintain 6000 and squawk 4711, 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, back correct. At 5, running number 1, ready for departure. Frequency check approved.
Alright, we'll hold for release and advise number 1, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, so everything else there is good. What we'll do is we'll... whoops, 112.7, I want to leave that where it was. We're going to transmit on 122.8, so I'm going to switch that transmitter over to VHF2.
American 842, welcome to Boston, crossing right to
and
the right at Echo, contact ground 121.9, have a good evening.
There we go.
Contact,
okay, so we're listening to COM 1, we're transmitting on and listening to COM 2, and XPilot should show that up here.
Connie,
yeah, it does. Yeah, so we're transmitting on 22.8, but receiving on both.
Should be the J52 arrival right to left, right to left, 60.
Okie doke, guys.
No, that was for Connie 588.
Back to the checklist. I know I'm kind of falling behind here. Radio altimeter can be set to 1X.
Yeah, but American 1163.
I'm going to change. We've been sitting there running just the right. So we're going to run just the right off to the left here for a bit. Just to kind of keep the fuel tanks balanced. I know I'm going to probably forget that I did that, and we'll screw that up and have to fix that later, but that's okay. It's done for now. Speaking of fuel quantity, we do want to check that we have 456 total gallons, which is, how many is that per tank? If we cut it in half, it's 228, and if we cut it in half again, it's 114 gallons per tank. Let's see what we got. We know that the right main is a little bit lower than that by now, but that's 100. Yeah, that's pretty close. 114 times 3, and then the right main is going to be a few gallons short because we've been sitting there on the ramp running just that. So, okay, good. We got the right amount of fuel, and we are ready to finish our boarding process. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain on behalf of Slant Alpha Airways. We'd like to welcome you aboard Flight 514 with service to Norwood. We're departing here from the terminal momentarily, expecting a slightly delayed departure, about 10 minutes after our published departure time, which would be now. Cruising altitude today is going to be 6,000 feet. Flight time once we're airborne, an hour 38 minutes. So buckle in and relax, and we'll be underway soon. Thanks for flying with us at Slant Alpha Airways. Time to get those doors closed, I think. All right, they are. And we'll go ahead and fire up that number 1. Get the seatbelt lights on. You guys can start making your way to your seats and get buckled in. And where we go with our checklist, guys. Let's go ahead and get the number 1 fired up then. Mix. Magnetos. Fuel pump. Prime it. Clear it. And fire away. Alright, you can hear it roaring to life. You got oil pressure came up right away. Fuel pressure is elevated by that electric pump. We'll shut the electric pump off and see that the engine is indeed supplying its own fuel pressure now.
Roger.
Get that generator on.
Roger. Huh? Request vector. Over. What?
We'll go ahead and get our heading synced. We're pointing at almost a 040 exactly, so we'll make sure that everything agrees. The top half is our target heading for our autopilot. We're just going to turn that to 0 for now, so I'm not looking at the wrong thing. 040 is yonder, and yonder. Okay, all directional instruments all in agreement. We'll go ahead and check our flight controls. Now we can see the yoke move. We're not really checking that per se. We're just checking. Someone on the outside of the aircraft will double check for us that all the control surfaces move freely and correctly for what we've just instructed. Full left, then center. Full right, then center. Full forward, then center. Full back, then center, etc. So somebody outside will let us know that that's all looking good and we're good to go there. We can go ahead and check the trim. Should be fairly well neutral here. It boots up that way. Yeah, it's good. Go ahead and set flaps 1. And let's check on our taxi routing. Looks like we need to come out to the left and face north. And again, we're looking just at the mini diagram here. So if we want to depart 35, we're going to taxi north, and then east, and then southeast, and then 35.
Squawk 4724, JetBlue 2216.
I think we're good, guys. Let's go. Taxi lights can come on.
American 51, contact Moncton Center 132.
And again, we're broadcasting on Unicom, so you might hear it sounds like I'm talking over the controller. I'm not. I'm actually transmitting on 122.8 while we're listening to both that and 134.7.
Boston Center, good night. Inbound Agile, flight altitude 360, Lufthansa 410.
Get it. Tailwheel unlocked, which is the more realistic taxi mode here. Let's get ourselves off the ramp.
270, JetBlue 2216.
Guess we gotta get headed north somehow. Bar Harbor traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 35 for IFR southwestbound departure, Bar Harbor. Yeah, again, I'm listening to 34.7 and 22.8 while transmitting on 22.8.
Roger, we'll fly runway heading 180 upon departure.
Oh, it's another Moncton Monday, huh?
5 minutes, we'll give you a call on the climb. That's 321.
So there's the taxiway there. Let's just get over to it.
Yep, 392, descending maintain, flight level 200. Descend 410, Boston Center, maintain flight level 360.
We're headed kind of westbound. We know we're not headed to the one we intended to head to, but we had to kind of just make our way off the ramp first, so I'm going to have to make a right turn here.
Got 527, wind calm, runway 22, look right, cleared for takeoff. Runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff, Delta 527.
And then a right turn at the next one.
735, wind calm, runway 22 left, cleared to land. Cleared to land, 22 left, Delta 735 heavy.
Alright, that's I think we got it. We're going where we need to go now. There we go. Alright, we probably took the long way around there, but that's okay.
Cardi 588, Boston, agent information Oscar, current altimeter 2980, expect the ILS runway 22 left approach.
Let's try and stay on pavement as best as we can here.
ILS 22 left, 29 here for 25 ahead.
Untaxi out the hydro pressure looks good. We get the cows into trail mode. All temps and pressures checked and looking normal. Let's get our fuel configuration back to balanced.
Very Quantum, Happy New Year. Delta 2710, holding short, T2 right, ready for departure. Delta 2710, Boston Center.
We'll do that when we get stopped. It's a little difficult to do that
Runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
while we're
Cleared for takeoff, 22 right, Delta 2710.
And Boston Center, Delta 527, passing 2,000 for 5,000 climbing bay.
Delta 527, ready to contact, climb maintain, flight level 340.
Climb maintain, flight level 340, Delta 527.
while we're trying to taxi here. All right.
Boston Center, JetBlue 2216. Are we good?
I would say we're at the whole short line. Let's go ahead and get the right, right back in the right main. How did we do with that? They're pretty well balanced. They're a little bit off. It's okay.
With you climbing through 1,300 for 5,000.
Hydro pressure check, cows trail. Flight attendants, prepare cabin for departure. Let's do a quick run up, guys.
Contact 521. Roger, radar isn't picking up yet. I'll let you know.
Roger, 321.
Manifold pressure set to 30. We'll flex props down and back 3 times.
Contact
Once.
621, ident, and climb
Twice.
maintain 5,000.
And 3 times.
Ident, climb maintain 5,000.
Alright, we'll check the left magneto down to 1 set. You can hear them go slightly out of sync and then let them recover. Back in sync. Left magneto down to the second set. Slightly out of sync.
Dylan Hopkins with Oscar
And recovered. Down on the right side. Here and go slightly out of sync. And recovered. Amtrak 2051 with a resubscription. Thank you so much. Taxi via Zulu stopping in.
Contact Boston Ground 121.9.
21.9, sorry about that, 6 Papa Julie.
All right.
321, radar contact, altitude indicating 2,002.
All good.
Location 2,300. I'll have it turned for you shortly.
Okay, we are ready.
321.
Let's go back to transmit on
588, if I maintain
COM 1 for a second.
So maintain 3,000, Connie 588 heavy.
Getting off about 10 minutes late. Center Douglas 514 Delta Victor's number 1 at Bar Harbor 35 ready.
Number 514 Delta Victor, released for departure at 00530, clearance work if not off within 5 minutes.
Salty corn bar with follow, thank you so much.
No later than 01040. Report airborne on this frequency, change advisory approved.
Alright, release for departure, report airborne, and change for advisories 514 Delta Victor. Talk to you soon. Alright, so switching back over to COM 2. Bar Harbor traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, departing runway 35, Bar Harbor, IFR westbound, southwestbound.
735, welcome to Boston, turn right on Bravo, contact ground point 9.
Right, landing lights on, taxi light off, pitot heat, and fuel pumps on. Cows are already in trail. I think we're ready, guys. Let's go ahead and go. Lined up with the runway. All right, temps and pressures all looking good. They are. Set 30. Everything looking golden. Set 45, let's go. Alright, tail's going to go flying. Let's just hold the level attitude here, and when we get up to enough airspeed, the plane's going to go flying on its own. I love that flaps 1 departure. You can do a short field departure with the flaps 1. But I love the way it handles in that regard. Gear coming up. We'll get to a little bouncy once airborne. We're through 400. We'll get the flaps in. Get pitched for 100. Oh, by the way, I didn't even talk about the departure procedure here.
Okay, have a good night. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
I think it's 2100 it wants us to do on runway heading.
Connie, 588. 6 miles from Wayne, turn right to 190, maintain 3000 until established and localizer.
So we'll do 2100 and then we'll turn toward Augusta.
Right, it's going to be right, 190, maintain 3,000 to establish clear Atlas 212 approach, Connie 588.
Bar Harbor traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 35. Going to be turning westbound, IFR, Bar Harbor. And also go to our climb power of 25 and 40 on the manifolds. 25 on the RPMs, 40 on the manifold. Alright, 2100. We're not yet receiving Bar Harbor. Or I'm not yet receiving Augusta. Let's go ahead and check back in with the controller. We'll just have to let them know that. Boston Center, Douglas 514 Delta Victors, departed Bar Harbor 2,600, climbing 6,000, turning westbound, not yet receiving Augusta. If you could give us a heading in the meantime.
514 Delta Victor, squawk my Charlie.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I've got the squawk on for you. Knew I needed to come back to that. 4711. Oh, come on. I'm not trying to zoom it. I'm trying to turn the knob here.
Very good evening, Boston Center, November 788 Delta Charlie, on the ground, taxiway, November 422 right, Boston.
Alright, we know we should be proceeding more or less westbound. So let's get turned over westbound. Yeah, that was kind of rough. Good fixins. Just trying to dial in. I knew I said when we got our squawk I was going to need to come back to that because I got past that point in the checklist before we got our clearance. And certainly didn't. Well, now we're receiving Augusta anyway.
Number 4 Delta Victor, radar contact 4 miles to the northwest of the Bar Harbor Airport. Flight heading 060 when able, proceed direct to Augusta VOR.
Well, we're receiving Augusta, but it looks like it's about a 275 from us. You said 060?
Sorry, yes, my apologies. Dyslexia kicking in. Flight heading 270 and when able, direct Augusta VOR.
Okay, yeah, it did come in the meantime, so we're direct Augusta now. 5 for Delta Victor, thanks.
Roger.
Okay, and we're getting bounced around a good amount of turbulence here. So fighting to keep the plane level. And pointed toward Augusta. We're definitely going to let Otto take over the flying so we can do the navigating here. Alright, let's do that. Let's spin that up till it centers. Again, we're going to need to depart Augusta on a 213, but for right now, we're just going to track in whatever happens to center. So there we are.
Legion 541, I see a flight plan for you from Dallas Fort Worth going to Phoenix. You want to check on that?
Alright, let's get autopilot, nav mode, and it should lock in that climb for us right there where it is. 25 and 40.
November 788 Delta Charlie, Boston Center, winds 1805, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, we're 5,000 going to 6, 52 miles and counting down to Augusta. So I think everything's settled in. So we're just going to have to remember, once we pass Augusta, we're 213 outbound. We'll have to just put that back where it was. And I said our left aux is a little bit lighter, so let's run the right aux just for a second. Or main, rather. Right main, left main is what I was just talking about.
Clearance on request standby.
cylinder head tabs. Yeah, we can
622, contact booked at center 132.2. Good night.
close up the cow flaps just a touch.
132.2, thanks for up tonight. Curve at 622.
25 and 40. Yeah, fiddling with the fuel configuration, that's always where the trouble begins. And getting ready to level off at 6. Post-departure, the fuel pumps
JetBlue 2216
come off.
to arrival. Runway 22 left, V Boston altimeter 299
Alright, let's double check everything here, guys.
Front to arrival, runway 22 left, JetBlue 2216.
Tail wheel is locked. Heat to heat is on. Fuel pumps are off. Cals can go mostly closed. Reduced to 23 and 34. Let's check on the fuel balance. Almost identical. Let's go ahead and switch over from the mains to the auxes. So right engine goes to right aux, left engine goes to left aux. I somehow managed to get the fuel balance correct today. At least for the first leg. We are at cruise. The turbulence seems to have subsided. We'll go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs off. Mix can go to auto lean. We'll again readjust to 23 and 34. And radio altimeter is already set to 10x. Okay, we're good, guys. Got it airborne, got it pointed toward Augusta. We are good to go. Notice, by the way, looks like it's about a 275 that we're tracking inbound now. We'll talk about that in just a moment. In the meantime, do a quick cabin announcement. And we got Nas 123 with us. Nas, how are you? Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached our cruise altitude of 6,000, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. Your cabin crew is going to come around shortly with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Maine lobster out of Bar Harbor. So relax and enjoy the flight. We can actually now go ahead and shut off the VHF2. We only need to be listening to the one we're transmitting on, which is COM 1.
Boston, cross runway 22 right and echo, and contact ground point 9. We'll see you.
Alright.
American 1163.
Lobster rolls? Yeah, we're not going to do any lobster rolls. We'll do some lobster banking, but not lobster rolls. We almost did a lobster roll on the departure. I don't know how closely you guys were watching that attitude indicator while I was struggling to get that squawk dialed in.
JetBlue 2216, information November, current expect the ILS 22 left approach.
Alright, so we were going to talk about the navigation plan.
ILS 22 left approach, JetBlue 2216.
So, notice that this says we need to be on a 279. Why is it a 275? Well, because we didn't really know exactly how far north we were going to need to go. So we maybe went that far. And, yeah, maybe not that far. 275. So, again, whatever it centers on is appropriate. If we had gone further, it would be a lower number. If we had started the turn sooner, it would be a higher number. Doesn't matter what it ends up on, whatever it centers on, dial it till it centers, and that's the radio that you're on, and you're proceeding. That's what proceeding direct means. Direct means direct from wherever you wound up, not direct from the airport or direct from some other point. Direct from where you are now. So direct from where you are now depends on how far north you went when you made the turn. It's an unknown figure, but just turn that until it centers. And whatever it happens to end up on, that is what you follow in. So it looks like it's about a 276 or 277, if I'm being honest, right?
48, your radar contact 10 miles to the southeast of Syracuse.
So we maybe even didn't go quite that far north. That says a 276. So maybe it was only even 2 miles. 277's there. Okay. So again, it doesn't matter what the number is. We're not following a specific airway. When we get down past Augusta, it is going to matter. We are going to have to dial in a specific number into that course because that's what defines that airway. But coming to Augusta, we're not on an airway specifically. So whatever number it ends up on doesn't matter. Let's do another quick spin through the engine gauges. Cylinder head temps have settled in right at 200, so we're good. All the other temps and pressures are looking good. Just for our purposes, we will note that we are just south of -10 on the outside air temp, so if we do encounter any moisture here, we are going to need to be very mindful of that and maybe get some anti-icing measures or de-icing measures up and running. Right now we're okay though. It looks like we got good visibility with the ground. Can't really see what the cloud cover situation is, but we can see good visibility with the ground. So for right now, it doesn't look like we've got any moisture issues. I'm going to go ahead and get the target heading in the autopilot turn for that 213. Just because that's the next turn we're going to need to make here. So we'll be ready to pop it into heading mode and make that turn while we're adjusting the course to reflect our path on the outbound side. And let's just take a real quick spin through the directional gauges. Looks like we're pointed at 274. Yeah, that's pretty close. And we'll dial that up. They get slightly out of sync. They drift out, so every now and then you got to double check and compare what they're saying to what the wet compass is saying. As long as you're flying a nice steady heading and it's not bouncing around too much, you can rely on that as being correct. And then these just drift ever so slightly gradually as you go, and you just have to occasionally bump them back to where they should be.
Legion 541, let's do this. You're clear to destination to report via radar vector. Scott Bennett filed. Climb maintain 4,000. Expect level.
And I am going to adjust in my planning spreadsheet the departure time, just so we have an accurate determination of our arrival ETA.
Radar vector Scott Bennett filed. Climb maintain 4,000. Expect 36010 minutes after departure. Squawk 4701.
Whoops. I don't know what I just put in there.
Legion 541, read back correct. Advise ready to taxi runway 16.
Advise ready to taxi 16.
Alright, I think we're good to go, guys. Since we have now got the plane under control and Auto is taking care of the heavy lifting for us, tracking us inbound to Augusta. Engine settings are where we want them to be. Everything looking good. Take one more peek at that fuel configuration just to make sure I didn't screw that up. So the mains ended up just north of 90 gallons and the auxes are just north of 110 coming down. Okay.
6 Papa Charlie, proceed direct match.
Alright guys, well, welcome to the channel. We've got XP11 running tonight. It is the Aeroworx C-47 Skytrain, which we fly affectionately as a civilian DC-3. The differences, as I say, are not terribly crucial between them. Not too good cabin lighting for nighttime, I guess. That's one thing that we wish we had in this model. But you can kind of see with the flashing beacon light, you can see the passenger seats there. So it is definitely set up as a passenger version. Watch your hands back there in the dark. We'll send the attendant through for a hand check every now and then. Maybe that wasn't turbulence earlier. Anyway, appreciate you flying along with us tonight. This is a general aviation-oriented flight sim stream that we fly for you typically Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. And, of course, we missed this past Friday because of the Christmas Eve holiday, and we're going to miss this coming Friday because of the New Year's Eve holiday. This week, though, we're going to put in a Saturday stream. We're going to fly for you on New Year's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, which will be midnight Zulu on January the 2nd if you're east of the Atlantic. But that is where we're going to be back in this very same DC-3, flying in this very same area, in fact. That will be the night that we conclude our almost 2-year-long tour that we've done in this plane in a series of streams that we started back in March of 2020. We departed from Baltimore, Maryland, Martin State Airport, just east of Baltimore, and we went up the east coast of the U.S. We went through northeastern Canada, we crossed the Labrador Sea into Greenland, we went to Iceland, then the Faroe Islands, down through the UK, and across mainland Europe, and then we did ourselves a nice big sweep of the Mediterranean. We did a bunch of stops on coastal Mediterranean airports and island Mediterranean airports, and then we came back up through Europe, kind of back the same way we came, more or less, through the UK and then up through the Faroes, then Iceland, Greenland, and northeastern Canada, and in our last episode we had just touched down in Portland, Maine, just south of where we are now. And in that last episode on January the 1st, we're going to conclude the tour by getting it from Portland back to Danbury, Connecticut, and then on and down to our starting location of Martin State Airport, just east of Baltimore, concluding a 15,000-mile tour that, like I said, we've done a series of streams. You know, usually 1 or 2 streams a month, kind of come back to that tour, chip away a few more legs of it. And, yeah, what's the total count?
Boston, very good evening. Canada 610, passing T94.
Going to end up having been 33 episodes and 57 legs on that tour. And like I said, having covered just over 15,000 miles in this Aeroworx DC-3 over the course of a year and 9 months. So that finale is going to be this Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, New Year's Day. And we will definitely have some giveaways associated with that, so we want you to stop in and see us that night. We're going to go all the way to Honolulu. No, we're actually in Melbourne. In addition to some giveaways on the 1st, we are going to announce the new ongoing series that we are going to start in January. We've already got a couple dates set aside to start a new ongoing series that I think, Melvin, you will really, really enjoy. Yeah, she's going to need an overhaul. We've had some nice landings and some not so nice landings. We definitely did beat her up quite a bit there, Good Fixins. I agree. Going to have a nice, good maintenance bill. But thanks to your generous support of the stream, the subscriptions, the cheer bits, the donations, and the merchandise sales, we should be okay there. But Melvin, no, I think you're going to want to tune in on the 1st if you can, or at least kind of watch the post-stream announcements as we let you know what our next ongoing series is going to be coming up in January. And as a matter of fact, we're going to start that series on our January 4th show. So we'll definitely keep you posted. And Melvin says he's going to fly along with us on Monday. Well, Saturday's when we're going to do the finale, and then it's actually Tuesday the 4th. We're going to shift from Monday to Tuesday when we do our inaugural episode of the new series. We're going to be off schedule. Again, our normal schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, but some stuff going on in January. We do have to shift some stuff around. The full show schedule's down there underneath the About tab, and you can always follow us on Twitter or Facebook if you want to know what's coming up on the short term, or Slant Alpha on both of those. We've also got that full show schedule posted on our Facebook page, and then if you join our Discord server, and the link on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you got the show schedule posted there as well. Just today, by the way, opened up a new channel, opened up a couple new channels, but of note, we opened up a new channel on the Discord. You're going to want to join in if you had been part of the discussion on stream about potentially doing a vintage version of Cross the Pond. You know, we talked about maybe doing a version of Cross the Pond with a bunch of us in DC-6s or similar prop liner type planes, And, you know, what would it take? How much coordination will we have to do to get ATC staffing? What would be the optimal city pair to do? City pair or city pairs or event configuration? You know, dates, times, that sort of thing. So I've started to put some thoughts together on that, and I opened up a channel on our Discord server where we can kind of kick around some ideas. We've already got some thoughts going regarding aircraft selection. And I know, baby, I know. I'll pay attention to you in just a second. Goodness. Okay. Let me see if I can step out of the cockpit for just a second, guys, and be right back with you. We'll finish that thought.
Thank you. Climb and maintain flight level 280.
Level 280, WestJet 5.
WestJet 24, winds 180 at 5, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Try and give him a second to read that back. Center Douglas 514 Delta Victor, can we step out for a couple seconds?
No problem, advise your turn, please.
Thanks. I'll be back.
541 ready for taxi.
Legion 540 runway 16, taxi by Alpha.
65 Alpha, Legion 541.
Boston Center, November 788 Delta Charlie with request.
Freight Delta Charlie, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Not sure if it's possible, but I wonder if we could switch the flight plan to the Peggy 5 arrival into Halifax.
It's on request, stand by. Freight Delta Charlie, cleared to... Sorry, stand by 1 second. Freight Delta Charlie, clear to Halifax International Airport via after Alex. Resume the Peggy 5 arrival.
After Alex, resume the Peggy 5 arrival. November 788 Delta Charlie.
Freight Delta Charlie, read back correct.
Alright, I'm back with you just long enough to manage the turn here. The co-pilots are going to need to be let back in. We can see the airport, so we know where that VOR is. It's really easy a landmark to spot.
2216, looks like you may be off the arrival for the J Fund at this time. For now, fly your present heading, descend and maintain 4000.
Let's get ready to fly outbound on a 213, and then I would let them in, and then I'll report back to the controller.
Then Wilkins, if that helps.
Yeah, that's not the J Fund 2 arrival.
I want to come back to
22 left, so just fly your present heading.
the whole giveaway topic in just a moment, so remind me, guys.
Fly present heading down to 4000, JetBlue 2216.
Alright, so I'm going to turn to a 240. Pop it into heading mode. The plane's going to start that left turn. We want to come outbound. I think we're cutting the corner just a little bit, so 213 again is 123 is right there.
Delta 4148, cross Sea Dog, gotta maintain.
Them's my shoes is here. Yeah, no, I'm never the boss around here. Them's my shoes. I don't know when you got into that impression, but
Delta 527, leave my airspace. New York's offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Good night.
yeah. So we did cut the corner a little short. I think the airport's over our right shoulder there. I can't quite see it, but yeah, I've cut the corner by, we didn't cut it by a mile and a half necessarily, because we are 6,000 feet is about a nautical mile, so maybe we cut the corner by half a mile. Now that it's starting to, is it starting to come back in, or is it my imagination?
Giving you, sir. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to vector you in. For now, fly heading 090 and descend to maintain.
If you can't fly a vector, sir, I can't vector you.
0 down to 4000, JetBlue 2216.
Alright, let's go back into nav mode. And as the aircraft grabs that 213 outbound, we got a little time. Yeah, the target is obscured. It's a little dark out. But, you know, I guess a lot of these missions were carried out at dark. Yeah, no, this is the DC-3. Panda Jim, welcome to the stream, though. Good to see you here. Alright, so we're outbound on that 213. Oh, look at some sort of emergency response going down. I can't know if you guys will be able to see that on stream. Some sort of a signal 13 call going on there. Alright, so we're established on that 213. I'm going to go let the co-pilots back in. I'll be right back with you guys.
1322, Canada 991, bye-bye.
541, I'll make sure to 16, sorry for departure.
.com 728 Boston Center, good evening. Legion 541, winds calm, runway 16, clear for takeoff, flight runway heading.
I'll be on the winds, runway 16, clear for takeoff, and winds calm, or 16 runway heading, sorry about that, Legion 541.
JetBlue 2216, turn right heading 160.
Right turn 160, JetBlue 2216.
Found to 410, fly present heading, vectors to final, descend and maintain 4000. Found to 410.
Lufthansa 410.
Found to 410, fly present heading, vectors to final, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend and maintain 3000, vector to final. Lufthansa 410.
JetBlue 2216, turn right heading 190, join the localizer, descend and maintain 2000.
190 to join the localizer.
Alright guys, I'm back with you.
JetBlue 2216.
Check back in with the controller. Center 5 and 4 out to Victor's back.
Roger, thank you.
Alright, temps and pressure's all looking good. Let's spin through the fuel gauges.
Probe services for Kennedy's offline, radar service terminated, fix and change approved, good day.
Everything's still good. Alright, and then let's get ahead of the navigation plan, and then I'll come back to the thought about giveaways, because I definitely did want to come back to the giveaway thought. We are outbound on this 213, all the way out to 62 miles. Whoops. To this point, Meshel. At that point, we're picking up Boston. But we're not, this is a tricky one, guys. We're picking up the 048 off of Boston, which I should have tuned in on the NAV2, and 048 on the outbound side. If we're heading towards it, it's going to be, I always add 200 and subtract 20. So 048, 148, 248, and then subtract the 20. That makes it a 228.
Found 410, descend and maintain 3000.
So it's a 228. Yeah, we're not even receiving Boston yet. And I think I've got the 228 dialed in. Yeah, so there's 24, there's 23, and then there's 228 there. We're not even taking that whole segment. We're going to pick it up. If we follow this out, we can see that we're picking it up when we're going to be unknown number of miles from Boston. I guess what it is 47 to CK, so that's 10 more, no, 57 to Skog, it is marked there, 57, and then 58, 68, because it's 57 to here, and then another 11, so 68 miles to Boston from Meshel, and then we're going to track that from 68, counting down, there's 47, counting down, there's 31. Once it gets to 31, then we're done tracking inbound toward Boston. We're not going to track any further inbound toward Boston. We're going to start tracking southbound. Oh goodness, this is another partial segment. So either southbound off of Kennebunk, or is there another one down here that we're going to... I guess maybe not. Yeah, so I guess it's southbound off of Kennebunk, another partial leg from 38 up to 63. So a lot of little partial segments that we're navigating tonight. Kind of fun.
Descend maintain 3,100, cross Kahau at 3,100, cleared ILS to approach Pop Charlie.
Jazz 15, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Anyway, so yeah, lots of little segments that we're navigating tonight. So kind of cool navigation plan. By the way, I just caught a glimpse of that progress bar up in the the stream preview. I don't see that on my main sim window, but I do see that on my stream preview window. Every now and then I catch a glimpse of it when I'm moving charts around and such. It's going to be a little bit weird. It's not going to give you a good ETA to the airport because we're swinging down past it to Providence and then back up. So you'll notice when we get to about this point, it's going to say we're, what is that, probably 15 miles away. And then that plane's going to start sliding backwards as we come down to this point. And then this point where we're about 30 miles away. So you will see that progress bar is going to do some funky things tonight just because we're taking a very non-direct path to that airport. Yeah, right. Yeah, you weren't half right. You were double right. This is half of a DC-6. These two nice long runways up ahead of us here. What are we passing over, guys? Southbound from Augusta. Switch over to the VFR map here. Oh. Brunswick Executive. Okay, I think we've noted that airport before as we've gone to and from Bar Harbor. It's a pretty identifiable landmark, and even more so at night, I guess. All right, I wanted to come back to the thought about the giveaways, guys. Chugley's stopped in with us. Chugley, how are you? Good to see you back here. All right, so I wanted to stop back in about the giveaway discussion. We did talk about our special giveaway day or night on this coming Saturday, January 1st, 2022. We hope that it's the start of a much better year than many have had the last several. But January 1st is going to be the grand finale of the Douglas Overseas Tour in this very same aircraft in this very same area as we track when we last landed in Portland, Maine. And we're going to complete the final two legs of that series. Episode number 33, legs number 56 and 57, going from Portland to Danbury, Connecticut. We're going to take another stab at that Death Star Trench-like approach to runway 35 at Danbury. And then we're going to continue on down to Martin State, just east of Baltimore. We're going to wrap up the 15,000-mile tour that we call Douglas Overseas that we've been working on for a year and 9 months, pretty much. Got some giveaways for you on Saturday. Happy New Year giveaways and happy finishing of the Douglas Overseas giveaways. We're also going to reveal what our next ongoing series is going to be, which we're going to start on Tuesday the 4th. However, and especially for those of you new to the stream, we have a couple of ongoing giveaways that you can jump in on. And a couple of you are owed, look, it's just controller balance, so we'll get that taken care of. Controller balance owed a raffle ticket. Make sure I type all this correctly. Yep, there we go.
Sounds at 410, winds 180.5, runway 22 left, third left.
So there are two ongoing raffles that we run on this channel, and the first one is the one we just kind of alluded to there, but it's our Alphabets Points raffle. And that's the one that you enter by virtue of those Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabets serial icon that tells you how many you have, or at least the button right next to it does. Save up for 1,000 of those. You can cash those in for one entry into our monthly Alphabets raffle. If you shoot for 5,000 of those points, which you accumulate the longer you hang out and watch us, the longer you sit, the more you get, and 5,000 will get you 6 entries for the price of 5. Now, if you're brand new to the channel, you might have some trouble accumulating 5,000 points before our next drawing, which is 2 days from today. We do the drawings toward the end of each month. We pick a day where we do some air traffic control on VATSIM, and we'll do our raffle drawings as well. So the next drawing is 2 days away, aka one stream away. If you don't happen to get 5,000 saved up, you might want to chunk in 1,000 at a time to get those single entries in, and you can do that as many times as you'd like up until the number of points that you have. So it doesn't matter to me if you do it 1,000 at a time or if you save up for 5,000, get 6 for the price of 5. But either way, if you don't happen to get enough points for our drawing this coming Wednesday, don't fret. After each drawing, we'll reset all the entries, and we'll start accumulating those tickets for our January drawing. And again, we always do the drawing toward the end of each month, so you have just about a month after this coming Wednesday to start saving up for that next drawing. So always a giveaway, always 2 giveaways going on this channel, and you're always welcome to enter at any point when you happen to have accumulated enough of those alphabets points down at the bottom of the chat panel. Raffle number 2, we draw again on those same days toward the end of each month, and those raffles are entered by virtue of being the closest predictor to our descent rate upon touchdown, landing rate as many simmers call it, the descent rate in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels hit pavement. We will get your predictions once we get established on the approach or in the pattern at our destination. You can put some numbers into the chat at that time, not just yet, but we'll let you know when you can start doing that. And the closest predictor to each landing gets an automatic entry into the landing rate raffle, which again, we do at the end of, or toward the end of each month, and after each drawing we reset all the entries and we'll start it all over. So if you're new to the channel, like I said, you've always got an opportunity to enter either of our 2 ongoing channel raffles, supported, by the way, by the generosity of your subscriptions, donations, cheer bits, and merchandise sales. I always say, and I reiterate now, that I never have done this as a living. This is not even a side income for me. There is your generous support of the stream is more than appreciated, but I do what I can to give as much of it back to you as I can. You know, sometimes we hold a little aside to get this or that add-on so that we can show you on stream. We don't do a whole lot of product showcasing on this stream. We do mostly general aviation radio navigation. That's what Slant Alpha means. But we do hold a little bit aside for stream upgrades, and we've got some new hardware to debut sometime this coming month probably, and you know, we do hold a little bit of aside for stuff like that. But most of what we do with the proceeds that you guys are generous enough to send my way is to supply the prizes for our monthly raffles and our other giveaways, such as the one on the Saturday. But the prizes that you're eligible to earn, if you happen to be the one selected from either the Alphabets Fishbowl or the Landing Rate Fishbowl, would be your choice of any one of these items on this list here, which would be all these different Slant Alpha merch items, or a $25 Amazon gift card or a $25 xplane.org store gift card. So there should be something on that list that's palatable to you, whether you're a fan of the channel or not, whether you're an X-Plane user or not. Hopefully there's something on there that you can choose that would be useful and exciting for you if you happen to be one of our winners.
Number 1 Bravo Romeo, proceed direct loads.
Alright, how are we doing on our navigation, guys? Let's go back to the world low, and again we're taking that out to 62 to Meshel, and then inbound to Boston. Are we yet receiving Boston? Doesn't look like it. Both of those flags still on, and if we flip over DME from nav1 to nav2, it's still at zeros. So for right now, still counting upward for another 20 miles. So hopefully within that 20 miles, we'll start receiving that Boston VOR. Now, when we do, that needle is not going to be centered unless we happen to start receiving it right at the moment we get to this point, Meshel. We're not going to be yet. 2995, 5 and 4 Victor, thanks. Sorry, guys.
Roger, approved. Advise your return.
Okay, so I'll just put that down to 2995. The aircraft is going to put us in a slight climb to get those couple hundred feet back.
American 425.
Anyway, as I was saying, so when we do get this Boston VOR in, it is not going to come in centered. Why is that? The reason is because we're going to be coming off of this radial here, this 048, that tracks out in this direction. I'm exaggerating the angle outward slightly, but assume that's a straight line that comes off the Boston VOR. As we come at it toward this direction, this nav radio has no idea what our overall programmed path is. The nav radios only indicate directly toward a VOR or directly from a VOR. Yeah, to or from a VOR. Doesn't have any knowledge. The radios are just analog signals. They don't have any method of knowing that we're going to make that turn, or pre-programming that we're going to make that turn. So this nav2 is going to show that we are, in relation to this line here, it's going to show us that we are right of course, needing to correct to the left as we come down this line here. As we get closer and closer to this point meshal, it's going to be closer and closer to that radial, that straight line out from Boston. So as we approach it, if this is the line that goes straight down, that needle is going to be pointing to the left, because from the standpoint of coming down this route here, it's telling us we need to correct left to get onto that radial. But we're not going to correct left and get on that radio until we get to this point meshal. So we are going to correct left and get on that radio, but we're going to do it along this path that the nav1 radio is tracing. Hopefully that makes sense. It might make more sense once you start seeing it. And matter of fact, okay, we are now receiving at 84 miles and counting down, 45 miles and counting up from Augusta. So again, it tells us that we need to correct left. The reason we're not going to do that, if we were to correct left now, you know, as we're still up here somewhere, and this is the radio as it goes outbound, if we were to correct left now, we would join that radio early. We're going to correct left, but we're going to correct left along the straight path that we're taking now. And we're going to end up joining that right where 62 miles, and I think we said this was 68. I think we said that was 68 there. Yeah, 57 and 11, 68.
133 Delta Alpha, just for information, you departed a towered field without clearance, so just make sure you're aware of that next time. For now, fly your present heading, climb and maintain flight.
So the closer we get to that point meshal, the closer we're going to end up directly centered on that 228 or whatever it is we dialed in. I hope that explanation is somewhat clear.
Oh, never mind. I thought I was talking to a different area. You are coming out of Syracuse, correct?
And now, by the way, we seem to have lost ground contact.
When you know it, someone's there. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we can see
.com 728, contact Providence approach.
airport's over to our right, but we got kind of nothing ahead of us. Either we're in cloud cover or we're over kind of a bunch of... Oh, we can see. So we got airports to our left, airports to our right, but not much going on ahead of us. I know why that is. It's because we're coming out over the water here, guys.
Number 6, Romeo Mike, amendment to your route advisory is copy.
So again, this would be part of the route that you might be cautious about flying if you were doing this in a single-engine aircraft. Again, single-engine plane, you might want to have routed down kind of the west side of the airspace here.
Then the Roebuck 3 arrival.
Not hot sauce is here. Yeah, good old IFR, minimum VFR. Apparently, it's just dark and water. And if we are coming out of the water, then what the heck is that way off to my left? That's what I want to know.
Number 3, Delta Alpha, proceed direct Rockdale VOR.
And we have like oil rig or aircraft carrier, something over there. Oil rig or little cargo ship or something, sailboat.
34, good evening.
Something lit up over there. And then that's probably like maybe Quonset State, and then Portland. Might be Portland, where we landed in our Douglas Overseas series just most recently.
WestJet 521 cross FDOT out of maintain 1000 feet, Burlington altimeter 2988.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of nighttime flying, not hot sauce, but this particular Boston Virtual ARTCC training flight, does kind of encourage you to use real-time and real weather. And I don't know how familiar you are with what we're up to tonight, but it's the Boston Virtual ARTCC on VATSIM, and they have a training series of 6 VFR and 24 IFR flights. We're on IFR number 23 right now, and this one does kind of talk about approaches, circling approaches that you can and can't do at night, and encourages you to do real-time, real weather, and cope with whatever you get. So normally I would set the sim time to daytime, just because in the real world, since I have a day job, all of my flying is at real world nighttime, but I do like to see the scenery that I'm flying over, so we pretend it's daytime on this stream for the most part. Salty Corn Bar says, are you in radio by chance? I was in a former lifetime. Yeah, I had my 15 minutes of fame, what it would be about 25 years ago at this point. Something like that, but yeah, Salty, thank you so much for the kind words. So Hot Sauce says, I do pilotages, CAT and instrument ratings, but I didn't know VATSIM had that too. It's not VATSIM as a whole, not Hot Sauce, but Boston Virtual ARTCC in particular does. And it's a kind of, I'll say it this way, it's kind of an incestual relationship. The CEO, the founder and CEO of Pilot Edge, Keith Smith, used to be the air traffic manager at the Los Angeles ARTCC on VATSIM, and he had a training series very similar to what Pilot Edge has now that he wrote for VATSIM's Los Angeles ARTCC. That program became the model for this program that Boston instituted in their airspace, and they used that model before they were even part of VATSIM. This particular group of controllers and pilots merged into VATSIM about 6 years ago, but they had this pilot rating program that they had modeled off of Keith's prior to them even being part of VATSIM, and then BVARTCC merged with the existing VATSIM Boston controller group, and it's now BVARTCC is now part of VATSIM, so it's all kind of, it's a tight-knit community, man. Anyway, we're at that point 62 miles out. We're also right on top of that radial. Let's go ahead and pop it into heading mode, make a right turn to a 2 whatever. Doesn't have to be exact. We'll figure it out in a moment. 228 is what we dialed in there. Oh, yeah, man. So we got that turn affected now. Now let's go ahead and swap what we got in nav 2 up to nav 1. We got to do that manually because we don't have these fancy schmancy electronic radios. We got just the analog dials. So we're 112.7 and 228, I think it was. And this radio says we're a little bit off. We've kind of overshot it just a little bit. That's fine. We'll go ahead and put in a right turn correction and get back on it. Wish New York had that. Yeah, I agree with you. New York's a very complex airspace, and it would be cool to have a training series like this that would showcase some of the real intricacies up there, man. But yeah, the Boston program is really, really good, and like I said, it's 30 total flights, and by the time you completed all 30, which we're about to do tonight, I'm on the 29th and 30th in the series, so IFR number 23 and IFR number 24 coming at you tonight. I've got it all archived on my YouTube channel on a playlist, so anyone considering doing this series that wants to kind of see how they each shake out and get a sense for the flavor of them, has a nice model. Most of it's what to do, a little bit of it's what not to do. Chugly, I'll come back to that in just a moment. Let's go ahead and join. Let's pop it into nav mode. That's going to now track us down from 62. What are we doing again? Let's remind ourselves. From this was 57, so 68, and then we're only taking it as far down as this point, Labsta. So we're only taking it as far as 31, and then we're doing a radial that comes off of Kennebunk, and 197 off of Kennebunk, and we're taking that only a partial segment. We're doing a lot of partial segment flying tonight. Southbound 171, was it? 197. 197 off of Kennebunk from 38 down to 63. So let's go ahead and get that set up and ready to go. So we'll be one step ahead of the airplane, which okay, 17.1. That's where I got that 171 in my head. But we'll just get that tuned in just to have it, just so we can kind of watch it come in and be ready to join it when we go. 117.1, and what did I say was a 197. And this time, since we're following it outbound, we don't have to flip it by 180. We'll just dial it in just as it says. So there's 180, 190, there's 200, and we'll go back 3 notches to 197. And are we receiving Kennebunk? We probably are, because we're pretty close to it, yeah. So right now, we're at 19.7 miles from it, getting slightly further away from it as we kind of come past it here. I guess we're, whoops, what I did there. Yeah, so right now, Kennebunk's basically right off over our right shoulder, and we're getting slightly further away from it as we proceed southbound here. But then once we get to this point, at 31 miles from Boston, we'll be 38 miles from Kennebunk, and then we'll just start following that 197 south. All right, I'm going to set the heading to 197 so that we'll be ready to make that left turn when we get there. So there that is. I do want to make a quick spin and make sure that our gauges all agree on what direction we're currently pointed, which is a 229, it looks like. And, oh, that's off by about 5 degrees there. So let's let that shake out and we'll fix it again. Got the follow there from Not Hot Sauce. And we got Aaron the pilot with us as well. Aaron says, I'll check it out. Have to come fly Boston's airspace one of these nights. I'm on your same kind of work schedule. Yeah, man. Acro Nerd back with us as well. Chudley, I wish VATSIM had an exemption of the Universal 122.8 for the Hudson SFRA. Yeah, that would be cool. They've been talking for a long time about moving away from using that universal CTAF. However, outside of the U.S., you don't have the luxury of this nice, big, free, complete chart. You know, we have, I mean, SkyVector does have worldwide coverage, but this is only the true, complete VFR sectional set for the U.S. Outside of the U.S., you can see it's much more sparse information. So that's one of the reasons why VATSIM's been reluctant to do it. They want to do it when they're able to put like a CTAF category, CTAF channel category in the pilot client, so you can see CTAFs that are nearby, and you can have a reference to what the correct frequency is, other than the chart, because not everybody, like I said, not everybody has access to charts. But they've tried that and it hasn't worked out. They're still kind of working on it. Chudley had said the Slant Alpha was like, this is 99.6 smooth travel jazz, and the overnight coming to you on the airways with dulcet tones of Kenny G. So sit back, relax, and let the Sherman train groove on into the moonlight. No, actually, I worked for a rock station down here in DC.
1400, thank you. Climb maintain, flight level 340.
Flight level 340,
and that's all we'll say about that. Yeah, VFR outside the USA is prohibited, says Millhouse, and that's true too. You know, we have the luxury of relatively open skies when it comes to VFR flight, and outside of the U.S., especially in Europe, where the population's much more dense, and therefore the airspace is much more dense, and so VFR flights are very restricted to certain procedures, and ends up being much more like an IFR flight, whereas here it tends to be just stay out of controlled airspace and you're fine.
133 Delta Alpha Cross Base, you had to maintain 8,000.
Salty says, I worked in radio for a while. Nice. Yeah, I worked part-time, like weekends, overnights, and holidays at a rock station down in Washington, D.C. Did that from college up until my mid-20s. Met my first wife that way, and everything came off the rails from there. Long story short.
And that's Daisy Bravo Alpha Sierra Uniform Echo.
Easy at 8,000. Citation 132 Delta Alpha.
Boston, American 1, flight level 332.
American 1, Boston, send hello.
And just be advised.
Yeah, Huckmed says, gotta love that carcinogenic UV paint in those old planes. Yeah.
4712.
You know, whatever crazy radioactive spray they put on this to make it luminous, but I do love the night lighting effect in this aircraft. One of the more talk about dulcet tones, the visual version of dulcet tones, I suppose.
American 7 Cross Jordan, had to maintain 1000, the Providence altimeter.
Go Hawks with the follow. Thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. Don't forget, guys, if you are new to the channel, we've got our ongoing monthly raffle. I know you're... If you're new, you probably don't have a whole lot of those points saved up yet, but do monitor that bottom of that chat panel that tells you how many points you have, those alphabet points. If you do get up to a point where you have 1,000, cash those in for an entry into Wednesday's raffle. And if you don't get enough points in for Wednesday, don't fret, because we do it every single month. We'll reset all the entries after that. Reset all the entries after that drawing, and then we'll do it all over again. We do that drawing toward the end of each month. So.
Wiper out to maintain 1000, the Providence altimeter 2997.
Okay, Wiper 11,000 for 3 heavy.
Oh, Chugley, just saw the CTP ISO. Yeah, we also started a new channel on that Discord server. You guys, if you're new and you want to jump in on that Discord, links on the bottom right side of your screen. We have started kicking around some ideas for a vintage version of Cross the Pond. VATSIM does an event called Cross the Pond 2 times a year in jets. But we're talking about maybe trying to organize a vintage version. There's some logistical challenges with that we're kind of discussing in that channel. We just started it up today. I put down some initial thoughts, and already kind of running into some logistical challenges with it. So who knows whether we'll be able to really get it going or not, but certainly help us kick around those ideas there. And we're tracking this in until it's 31 miles. So we're going to keep an eye on this DME. Again, it's showing that we're well left of course for this southbound, or no, yeah, left of course, correcting to the right for the southbound radial. Again, the NAV2 is, these are dumb gauges. They don't know anything about this overall path that we're taking. So the NAV2 is showing that we're left of course because it's trying to get us onto this. If we were to correct right now, we would end up joining that radial early. So we're not going to do that. We're going to correct right by just following our current path. But that's why you're going to see that needle on that NAV2.
Talk to me and then allow me to respond. It will allow me to communicate with everybody equally. Thank you.
You're going to show it,
asking for clearance,
telling us we need to correct to the right, and it's slowly but surely coming in. And if all goes well, then the instant that we join that course will be the very same instant that we are 31 miles out from Boston. And we should also at that time be 38 miles south of Kennebunk. So we can kind of flip that back and forth and see that it's the opposite right now as we continue to track southbound.
Expect 3,000, 6,000, 10 minutes after departure. Squawk 40132.
Acro Nerd says, I'm all for it if it targets something that's a little slower. 190 to 220. And legs that are good for an 1,800 nautical mile distance. Yeah. I think we're not going to make it all the way across if we're limiting to that Acro Nerd. That's the unfortunate thing. If we could have Greenland and Iceland on for it, says Chugley. So Chugley's kind of thinking along the same lines. And yeah, I just don't think we're going to be able to do it within one day if we do that, if we split it up. I know both of you would be down for that, but I'm not sure that we would be able to get it done in one day that way. It certainly would make for a much longer,
4714.
yeah, 14 hours of flying. So we're trying to keep it to about 10, and even that's a stretch. Even that, I think, is going to be difficult to staff.
Bravo Romeo to maintain 3000.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. We might. I mean, we may have to just kind of look at a different design. And maybe start from Iceland or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah, right. I always got it right. It would be a much more northerly route. It's going to add a bunch of mileage. So, yeah, lots worth discussing. We can kind of pick up that discussion in the Discord.
Air Canada 887 Boston Center.
But yeah, I'm certainly open if that's what the prevailing interest is, then yeah, maybe we retool it and look to staff it that way. I don't think we're going to be able to do it all in one day if we want to do that though. And maybe the answer is okay, fine, we don't do it all in one day. We'll see. Maybe we split it up into 2 consecutive Saturdays. I mean, we could. It's not a terrible idea. Got traffic up ahead there? Another oil rig or another airport, maybe.
JetBlue 834 descent at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Oh, well, we overshot. Let's go ahead and make that left turn then.
JetBlue 834 descent at pilot's discretion, maintain
pop it into heading mode. And we'll swap this up. 117.1.
This is Western 24. Request to exit a holding pattern to descend to target altitude on the star, please.
Westjet 24, you're in Montreal's airspace. They're offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved.
And what's it? 220. I got it now. 197 was it? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're very close.
For Basie, correct? Bravo Alpha Sierra Uniform Echo.
Okay, so let's.
Roger, my apologies.
And again, like I said earlier, guys, you're going to notice at this point as we come south past the airport and then all the way down to Providence and then back up, you'll notice that progress bar is going to act real funky because we're not taking anything close to a direct route. Anyway, we've just made the turn at Lobster. We're tracking a 197 south from Kennebunk. We picked it up at approximately 38 miles, and we're going to take it down to 63 miles. Let's see what we're at now. 41. The next step then is... What will that be? That will be a... Goodness, another partial segment. Going to come off of the Sandy Point, 117.8 VOR. 117.8 that we're going to take at who knows what the DME is.
Fly heading 0, correction 310, vectors for the approach, send and maintain 3000.
55, 77, 85 it looks like. Anyway, let's just get the frequency and course in for now. Sandy Point's going to be a 117.8 and a 046. 117.8.
Turn rate heading 110, descend and maintain 2000.
And a 046, which is a 226.
November 831 Bravo Romeo, turn rate heading 110.
So there's 220. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and on this one, like I said, we're taking it only until we get to what? We already passed that point in Meshel. We already turned south from Lobster. So it was
American 1 contact province approach on
38 until
123.67.
63. 38 to 63. Okay, and then we're at 46 now.
Province approach 123.
All right, because I know where we are, I'm not going to consider pulling up the map a cheat. I just want to kind of show you how the effect of what we did. Yeah, we see we turned a little late there and we overshot and we got back on it. And the same thing there. We overshot, turned a little late, and now we got back on it. So again, the nav radios don't have any concept of the full route that we're intending to fly. We have to manually adjust the radios from each new segment that we join. A lot of times those segments start and end at VORs. But in this case today, we've got a lot of these partial segments where we're picking up a radial not at the beginning of the VOR or the ending at the VOR. So we're taking a segment from mileage X to mileage Y. This segment from mileage X to mileage Y. This segment here, mileage X to mileage Y. So 3 of those in a row like that. And then this segment here does end, in fact, at the Providence VOR. For the first time in the whole flight, we got a route segment that ends at a VOR. And at that point, we're joining that approach. Melvin's going to get some raffle tickets for Wednesday's drawing. Who else do we owe? Did somebody else put some in? I think Papa Charlie put some in. Yeah, Papa Charlie and Melvin Leroy. All right, we'll get those taken care of. Drawing is this Wednesday, by the way.
Ocean 5 arrival, so you can proceed direct ocean.
Proceed direct ocean and descend flight number 110.
Number 1, Bravo Romeo, turn rate heading 190, join the localizer.
Right heading 190, join the localizer, it's 1 Bravo Romeo.
Number 4, Delta Victor, the Norwood
122 from a ticket. Oh, you'll get it in time, plenty of time for tonight. Yeah, we got a lot of flying left to do tonight. Lots of flying left to do. Okay, and you can see we got 117.8 tuned in on nav2, and we got the course dialed in, but you can see we're not receiving it yet. We're not close enough to it.
What approach would you like?
2993, and looks like we're going to want the ILS 35. We got the weather, Norwood.
Roger, you can expect it, thank you.
Sorry, that's the localizer 35.
Roger. For 1 Bravo Romeo, you might have gone through the localizer, and that'd be my
Same
fault.
thing.
Flight heading 250.
Yeah, so we're not yet receiving. Now the good news is, the good news is he might not make us come all the way down to Providence and do that. He might vector us to that approach. That'll make life a lot easier for us.
250 to localizer 2806.
So since we told him we had the weather, I guess we
2000 till established on the localizer, cleared island.
technically lied to him. Let's go ahead and get the weather there. KOWD.
American 2, contact Providence, approach 123.67.
Over Providence approach, going American
140 at 3. So yeah, we would,
101 requesting descent.
with the wind at 140, we would probably want to land 17. But since it's only 3 knots, we can just take it 1 to 3.5. The other option,
American 101, did you copy?
the other option is to track the ILS into 3.5 and then circle.
Cross, Jordan.
And that's what we would do if the wind was, prevailing in that direction like it is. However, because we're doing this at night, and it says circling not available at night, we don't have that option. If we're going to do the localizer 3.5, we've got to land on 3.5.
American 100, Boston Center, cross Jordan, out of maintain 11000, the Providence altimeter 2997.
Jordan, 11,000, 2997, Boston Center, Cessna 172 Delta, go on short, runway 24 at Alpha.
I was trying to get another 1,000 before Wednesday. Well, fingers crossed. And Iowa, the other thing is, on the drawing nights, I typically do the landing rate raffle drawing toward the beginning of the stream, but I do the alphabets drawing toward the end of the stream. So you've got Wednesday's stream as well in order to accumulate some points. So you should be fine. But you can also chunk them in 1,000 at a time if you don't get quite up to that 5,000. All right. Anyway.
6 Romeo Mike, turn rate heading 130.
130, Romeo Mike.
63 miles. We're at that point, Tawny. So we're almost at that point, Tawny now.
For planning purposes, expect the ILS 15 approach at Burlington.
Okay, expecting ILS 15.
So we're going to turn to a
Boston American 720s with you, flight level 2900.
226 headed towards Sea Isle, which is problematic because we're not receiving Sea Isle yet.
Boston Center, low squawk 4715.
4715, American 720.
So we'll just turn in that direction, but we'll have to let the controller know that we're not yet receiving it.
2 left, clear land.
2 left, clear land. Alpha 106.
226.
Boston Center, Falcon 2, go action. We get the weather from Burlington. We would like to request the ILS 15 at the Burlington VOR.
You can expect it.
Thank you.
Heading mode.
Boston Center, good evening. Air Canada 618, but yeah, 10,000.
One 17.8.
Before Delta Victor, proceed direct Curly.
Unable, ready and nav only.
I'm sorry, that was blocked. Say again.
We're non-RNAV.
Roger, where would you like to start the approach?
We can go all the way down to Providence, unless you want to vector us.
Roger. I can try to get that coordinated with Providence. We do have a bit of a flying going there. I'll see the best I can do. See if I can give you vectors for that. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, if not, we can do it from Providence VR. That's fine.
For 6 Romeo Mike, turn raising 190, join the localizer.
190, join the localizer, Romeo Mike.
Alright, right now.
Flight present heading, vectors to final, descend and maintain 3,000, please, 3,000.
Current headed, vectors to final, down 4,000 feet to Chesapeake Bay.
Number 4, Delta Victor, proceed direct Providence VOR.
At direct Providence VOR, fine, put on to. Alright, so that does help us. We can just go 115.6.
36 miles east of Kennedy at flight level 210.
American 720 radar contact. See, you're about 40 miles to the west of the
Okay, so that we've got.
Maintain flight level 290.
And that's.
Maintain 290, American 720.
Kind of off to 240. Matter of fact, to help us out, we'll just let auto dial that in for us. Whatever radial we happen to end up on direct to Providence, we'll just go ahead and pop it into nav mode. Just go direct there. That's good. We do need to kind of shake through our... Well, first of all, let's shake through our engine gauges. Engine gauges all look good. Let's double check the fuel situation. Still got plenty of fuel in the auxes. We'll switch to the mains for descent, no problem. Okay.
830 Boston Center, low squawk 4717.
Alright, let's take a spin through the directional gauges. So there's a 210, 220, 230. We're tracking about a 231 to a 232 there. Yeah, that's about a degree off. Not that big a deal. And that's way off. .232, 232s all around. Okay, good.
Boston Center, United 1399.
Okay, so if we're going to take this direct from Providence,
4720, United 1399.
we're going to end up kind of backtracking. That's fine. We can figure out some sort of a course reversal at Providence. Once we're crossing Providence, it's still 24 miles. So if we need to get down from 6,000 to 2,200, is that enough? Can we cross Providence first and then start the descent? I think we can. If we need to get to, we're at 6, we need to get down to 22. So we got 3.8 thousandths to lose. I like to use 3.5 miles per thousand, so we only need 13 miles to make that descent. And we got 23 miles to do it. So we got plenty of segment from Providence to get down to 2,200 and join this localizer.
So, F250 to join the localizer, just
6 Romeo Mike, winds 2007.
Oh yeah, Trugley, we got plenty of flying left to do. We're inbound to Norwood, and then we're going to go from there to Nantucket. Alright, let's start briefing this approach, by the way. The localizer's 1083. We do have DME on it.
Good evening.
And the course is 350. So we'll get that set once we're no longer needing the Providence VOR to navigate. We will set 1083 and 350 into the nav 1.
Air Canada 618 Boston Center.
Chugley asks about our rate of descent. I normally use 3.5 miles per thousand, where the more aggressive and common ratio is 3 miles per thousand. So I shallow it out a little bit by going 3.5 miles per thousand. That just gives me a little bit in case I overshoot, or if if I have a tailwind or whatever. So it just kind of helps giving a little bit of extra room to get down, not have to get down so aggressively. Meridy's hitting us with the raid. Meridy's, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you streaming. I haven't been able to catch the stream in a while. B-Mac is back with us. But,
I love to sing about the moon and the June and the springer. I love to sing about a sky of blue or a
anyway, so once we get turned around from Providence and start heading back toward the localizer from Norwood, we should be fine there. Candy Monster's with us. If we do have to go missed at Norwood, it's a left turn. So Boston 240. So I'm going to go ahead and get that tuned in on the nav 2. That's 112.7 and 240 that we're going to join to go outbound on that mist if we need to on a left turn. 3,000, we'll need to keep that in mind. So again, nav 2, 112.7 and 240, just so we're prepared to go mist if we do need to. 112.7.
Jazz 8830 radar contact 30 miles to the northeast of the Burlington VOR, maintain
and 240. Happy New Year, says Meridy's. B-Max says hi. I do apologize, guys. I'm probably going to be slightly less attentive to the chat as I am getting ready to brief and execute this approach, and we're listening out for the controller who may be vectoring us in, or he may have us go all the way out to Providence. So either way, we need to be prepared. What did we say? The
Boston Center, Cessna 172 radio check.
So we have broken layer, 8,000 feet. That's above us already, so shouldn't have any issues. 10 statute miles visibility. We did talk about the 3 mile an hour or 3 knot tailwind coming into 3.5, so that's not an issue there. It's not that big a deal. All right, so let's run through this approach briefing just to make sure we've got it all down. Approach frequency and course we haven't yet set, but we have noted. Missed approach frequency and course is set. Minimums we talked about earlier in the stream, but we'll review now. The minimums, since we do have DME and we are able to locate when we're crossing Dike, which is at 2.5 DME here. Since we do have DME, we are able to use the lower minimums of 500 feet. The field elevation is just about 50 feet. So we can use 500 as the minimums.
We're doing a controller change.
We did talk about the forecast winds being a very, very slight tailwind. No big deal. The ceiling is above us already. We talked about the left hand to join the 240 radial off Boston at 3,000. And the last thing that we do need is the airport diagram at Norwood, so we know about our turnoff direction if we do land successfully. And we can click that up here and open that in a new tab, and we'll slide that over to the right. So we're landing 3.5, it looks like. Oh, we're going to rotate that. There we go. That makes more sense. Landing 3.5, it looks like a left-hand turnoff. So it's a left if we go missed and a left if we don't go missed. So that's good. All right, so we're good. All right, approach briefing is complete. The only thing that we're holding on is the approach frequency and course, and we can't set that until we're done navigating with the Providence VOR. So we should be passing by the airport. If we're 30 miles from Providence, we kind of shortcut it. We didn't have to go out all the way out to that Point Tawny. But if we're 30 miles from Providence, and this is a 30-mile leg, then our destination airfield might be right off of our right-hand side here.
Air Canada 87, contact Boston approach 133.0.
That might be Norwood right there, guys. Well, hold on. Yeah. It's the right shape. L-shaped airport.
Fly heading 350 vectors for the approach.
3502 advice. Boston Center, American 502, passing 13,000 for 17,000, direct base.
I would love to just cancel IFR and just bang, just land right on that runway, which I guess probably I can. Probably I can. However, in order to be sure that I've completed all the requirements of this rating, I'm going to continue on the filed route and the published approach. I think it does require that you at least fly part of a published approach, so I don't think I could break off quite this early. It is kind of a shame with this, that kind of visual. Certainly I would. Big Linguini's here. It says, having a great stream. Can't wait to watch. I hope you're having a great stream. Can't wait to watch later. Hey, thanks for stopping back in, man. Appreciate you being here.
American Niner, can you hear me at all, sir?
I can hear you now, sir.
All right, I responded to you 4 times. Just wasn't sure if you could copy me. I copied you at hello. Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and then beyond Norwood over our right shoulder, probably Boston.
Contact Boston approach on 133.0. Frontier flight 4.
Something big over there.
Walker 1323.
Yeah, that's probably Boston.
290 for 27.
Walker 1323, Boston, send hello.
Yeah, I would say that's Boston Airport right there.
220, Walker 1323.
The 4s and 22s there, probably 27.
2 Delta Echo, fly runway heading, winds calm, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff.
Well, 27 is, yeah, there to there. The one, that's the 33 right there. 33 left, and then 33 right's the little one up there. And we see traffic departing off of Boston, too. Coming right for us.
Walker 1039, send to maintain 3000. 3000. JetBlue 834, descend. Whoa, where are you headed, JetBlue 834?
I'm headed right for that DC-3.
JetBlue 834. Report Delta Victor, contact Province approach 123.67.
2367, 514 Delta Victor. Whoops. Uh-oh. Turned the wrong radio, and now we're navigating to nothing. What was Providence VOR? 15.6. Needed to get it back into nav mode there. There we go. Providence approach, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, level 6000.
November 514 Delta Victor, Providence approach, Providence altimeter 29906.
29906, 514 Delta Victor.
Southwest 189, turn 20 degrees left.
20 degrees left, Southwest 189. American 1460, you still want us on the 230 heading?
Vanix Aviation. Does this thing have an autopilot? Yeah, I'm flying with autopilot right now. We're navigating direct to Providence VOR, so we're 18 miles from it. I just spun it until it's centered. Now, I don't have GPS here, so I'm using just analog VOR navigation.
All right, left turn.
So we're direct to Providence VOR, so we just tuned it to whatever radio happened to center. Doesn't really matter what the number is. We're direct to it from wherever we happen to have wound up when we're given the instruction. So to center that to wherever, whatever number. And so we're now tracking that in, and it's 17 miles and counting down. And then we are going to be... From that, we're going to have to spin around somehow and get on a 057 outbound from it. So almost a course reversal there. And then use that to join this final approach course for the localizer 3.5. Sad that most VORs are now going away in Canada. Yeah, Vanix, we're kind of experiencing the same thing here in the U.S. What I do here on this stream is very much a dying art. Chugley, are we in danger? Well, we were briefly in danger because I wasn't sure what we were supposed to be pointed at because I untuned it. And we were briefly in danger because I think there was a JetBlue coming right at us off of Boston. And I heard the approach controller, you know, say, hey, JetBlue, where are you going? Where are you going? JetBlue, hello, JetBlue. Damn it, JetBlue. In true Kennedy Steve form. So he didn't say damn it, JetBlue. That's Kennedy Steve thing. But there was definitely a plane coming very near us, and there was definitely a plane that the approach, the center controller was going, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know if those two planes were one and the same, but it did seem like he was pointing kind of right at us, so. I'm glad some of you guys know the damn it JetBlue reference. Thank you. For the record, the controller did not say damn it JetBlue. Not this controller, not our VATSIM controller. BMAX says, yeah, I'm a purple line pilot. I got you.
16080.
And the other thing we talked about was two things. First of all, we only need about 13 miles to descend from our current altitude of 6,000 to the 2,200 that this segment's published at, so we don't need to worry about descending until after we get turned around and headed back to the northeast, so no rush down there. And then the second thing is we do need to, once we're no longer navigating off of that Providence VOR, we need to go ahead and get tuned onto 1083 in the localizer. The guy that's on LaGuardia approach right now since Millhouse has good potential to become VATSIM's Kennedy Steve. If there's a guy, there's a specific guy that I'm thinking of. Let's see if it's what I'm thinking. Oh, it's not the same guy. So there might be more than one. There's definitely a New York controller that is very, very New York. And he's actually the VAT USA training director. But when he does get on a control, you could tell he's very, very New York. God love him. He's a great guy. Been friends with him for a long time. And he was one of those people. There were a handful of people that I met out at Flight Sim Expo in San Diego this past September. And he was one of those that I inadvertently didn't go up to and say, hey, good to see you, my name's Rob, blah, 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 the whole introduction thing, because I felt very much like I already knew him, even though it was, in fact, our first time seeing each other in person, face-to-face. But I knew him from his streams and his, work with VAT USA, and he knew me from my streams and my work with VATStar previously, and VAT USA, my VATSIM streaming and VATSIM involvement, VAT USA involvement. So we both felt like we knew each other already, and even though it was the first time we were actually seeing each other in person, so it was very weird. Hey, what's up, man? And that was kind of it. And we're like, oh, I guess we owe each other a little bit more of an introduction. This is the first time we've actually met each other, but yeah, Millhouse, I was the chief flight instructor for VATStar when it was founded in 2015. I wrote all the training and testing material, and was with them until 2018, right around the time that I started this live stream. Handed that off to Thomas Anson. But yeah, I was the original chief flight instructor for VATStar for 3 years.
Providence approach, United 1399, 3000, and I'm also visual with the field.
American 1399, traffic at your 1 o'clock and approximately 4 miles from the traffic inside.
I have the traffic, United 1399.
American, correct, United 1399, maintain visual separation from that traffic, cleared and visual approach runway 5. Maintain visual separation and clear visual runway 5 approach.
That's how it's going to be when we meet, says Meredith. Yeah. Now, I have a feeling you're getting a hug.
Providence approach, United 1399. Is that traffic landing at Providence? That's an A-firm. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we see some traffic down at Providence also. See a couple of planes at Providence. And so we need to get basically almost a complete 180 here. Let's do a real quick spin through the heading gauges, make sure they all agree. We're on a 242, 242, 242. Okay, so all that looks good. And we need to be outbound on this thing. Outbound on this thing on a 057. So we're going to spin it. Basically, it's almost 180 degree right turn here. And I'm going to go ahead and pop it into heading mode. And we're going to start that right.
Providence approach, American 100, we're heading 310, level 3000.
Just get it spun as much around as I can. 060. I'm going to dial in the 057. Spin it basically all the way around.
American 100, Providence approach.
That's a 060, or that is. That probably is. 1, 2, 3.
American 100, reduce speed to 170.
Slowing to 170, American 100.
Going to put in a little bit of a. We're going to put in a 20-degree correction to the right because we did turn off around to the left side. Meredith is off to bed. Hey, thanks very much for the raid, Meredith. Always appreciate the support. Hope that you'll be able to stop back in and see us. We're doing our monthly drawings on Wednesday, and night of Saturday we got a giveaway night going as well. So hopefully you'll be able to stop back in and check us out. I know you're very busy with work lately, so I understand if you're not able to, but we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope all is well with the fam.
American 1399, contact the tower 120.7. Over to tower 120.7, United 1399. Approach Shield Yankee. American 100, 4 miles from Cutsy, turn right heading 320.
Actually, technically, I should be direct to Norwood right now. Because I haven't been cleared for this approach.
3000 still set for clear ILS 5 approach, American 100.
November 722 Delta Yankee, turn left heading 090. 09, you said 090 Delta Yankee? Affirm. Roger, 090 Delta Yankee. American 1057, reduce speed to 170. Providence approach, American 1057, 3000, heading 310. American 1057, Providence approach, reduce speed to 170 knots. Speed 170, American 1057.
Approach Douglas 514 Delta Victor. Do you want us on the localizer approach, or do you want us direct to Norwood right now?
November 514 Delta Victor, say again.
Yeah, we just passed our clearance limit of Providence VOR. Did you want us direct to Norwood, or did you want us joining the published approach to Norwood Localizer 35?
November 514 Delta Victor, stand by.
So technically, when I passed Providence VOR and I hadn't received an...
514 Delta Victor, join the approach to Norwood.
Okay, we'll follow the published approach, localizer 35 to Norwood 514 Delta Victor. That's kind of what I thought they wanted.
722 Delta Yankee, contact Providence
Technically,
approach,
when we got to Providence VOR, we had not been cleared onto the approach yet. And I should have, and if I had been paying attention, I would have clarified this with them before I got to Providence, so that's partially my bad there. But after you get to the last VOR in the route, if there's nothing else that you've been cleared for, you're really supposed to just head direct to your destination. We briefed and planned for this localizer 35, but we never got cleared for the localizer 35 approach. So now we've been cleared to initiate the approach, and now we can go ahead and do that. So that was a bit of a weirdness there. I kind of assumed that I got forgotten about because they've got that fly-in coming to Providence, so we'll cut them a little bit slack. But that was also partially my fault for just assuming I was going to be joining that 057 before I even really heard the words cleared for the localizer approach. So when you guys do this, please clarify that before you get to that VOR if you get in that same situation.
We've got the field, the traffic, the moon, and my ex's house inside.
American 1468, reduce speed to 170.
170.
I know that guy. He was at ZDC Live. Proceed direct X's house. That's what I said.
Yankee, can we make the surrender on my 23?
Alright, let's go ahead and start the descent, guys.
Com, runway 23, Alright, 3 and 23.
Seatbelt signs coming back on.
Providence approach sets on November 172.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to start our descent into Norwood. We ask that you return to your seats, fasten your seatbelts. Weather there is currently in the mid-30s with clear skies and light winds. The cabin crew is going to come around one last time to collect trash, take care of any last-minute needs. Thanks again for flying with us on Slant Alpha Airways.
That puts us 900 high. Actually, 1,000 high.
1968, descend and maintain 2,100 to establish the localizer clear.
Let's go ahead to
2,100 to establish clear islands 5.
Great Main. Yeah. Yeah, I know that guy.
172 Delta Echo Providence Approach Squawk 47.
He's a lot of fun.
47132 Delta Echo.
I am going to make it my airplane, guys. Heaven help us all. And I am going to start this descent down to 2,200. So right now we're tracking this radio out until the remainder of that published segment. 23.9, so basically 24. And then we're just going to...
514 Delta Victor, contact Boston Center 134.7.
3475 Delta Victor, see it.
Mexico 9D9, cross Mink Data, maintain 11,000, V Providence altimeter 29906.
All right. As we are making our way into the approach phase, we can get the mix auto rich.
Mexico 99, cross Mink at 11,000.
Fuel pumps can come on. Flight attendants, prepare cabin for arrival.
For 2 Delta Echo, contact Providence, approach 123.67.
Senator Douglas 514 Delta Victor's back with you. We're 4,500 descending 2,200 on the Loc 35 to Norwood.
We're 514 Delta Victor, Boston Center low, overtop Curly, clear localizer 35 approach.
Alright, at Curly, clear for localizer 35 approach 514 Delta Victor. Alright, Curly is that point that we're going to be at 23.9 out. So I guess what the Providence approach controller did was he allowed us to join the feeder leg. We weren't actually clear for the approach until just now.
For 4 Delta Victor, contact Boston approach 133.0, good night.
Alright, 3305 Delta Victor. A lot of frequency changes. Going to be careful that we're paying attention to what we're doing here.
join the localizer. 250, join localizer 3 heavy.
Wandered off of the path just a little bit to the right. We're going to correct slightly to the left, but not insanely so. And we're at 24 miles now, so we need to turn on to that localizer too. 1083. And 350.
American 3 heavy. Let's see here. 3 miles from Wayne. Maintain 2000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS running 22 left approach.
11 miles inside of 11.
Approach for American 3 heavy.
We can go to 1400 until 5.1.
Climbing 2.3 for 5. And 1157 radar contact, climb maintain 14,000. Up to 14,000, yeah, 1157. American 3 heavy, maintain 170 knots or greater until Locus.
You guys can start
Let me know if you need me to slow down.
putting in some predictions. I think that is our field there, so we're going to correct to the left to get back on that 350. Putting in some predictions as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command is necessary, just a positive or negative number into the chat is fine. Last call for that is going to be at our minimums of 500.
JetBlue 791, could we get higher?
We're supposed to be at 1,400 feet by the time we get down.
134.7.
Yeah, we need to
134.7, JetBlue 791, sorry about that.
we need to really control some airspeed and altitude here, guys. We're at 25 and we need to be at 14 by 5 miles. Okay, we're good. We're actually on a good.
JetBlue 917, do you want us to switch to center?
Yeah, connect Boston Center 134.7.
134.7, and is forever 200 final.
Increasing the prop speed, but we're not really
You'll get higher.
putting more power in.
Roger, thank you.
Approach Douglas 514 Delta Victor's 7 mile on the localizer 35 Norwood.
Remember 514 Delta Victor, Norwood altimeter 2993, wind 160, correction, wind calm, runway 35, clear to land.
Clear to land 35, Pine Port Delta Victor.
JetBlue 834, just maintain 3000.
Alright, 5 miles, we're allowed to be at 1400, so we're pretty close to that actually.
Sorry, JetBlue 834, Boston approach. Yep. You want to maintain 3000?
Gear coming out.
Alright, we're descending 3000, JetBlue 34. And 1150.
Flaps 2.
Boston, heavy, connect Boston Center 134.7, guys. 3410.
Keep those predictions coming in, guys. 1400 at 5.1. So we're doing good, actually.
4 miles for cancellation received. Have a good day.
90 knots to go flaps 3.
Breaking 3 heavy, sorry about that, tower 128.8.
5.1, we'll go ahead and start that final descent.
JetBlue 834, turn right heading 130, vector to fun.
Alright. Gears down in green, flaps set and checked. Left turn off if we land successfully. Left turn to 3000 if we go missed. We are cleared to land. We get the taxi lights on. Landing checks complete. We're going to go ahead and put this on the ground. We're a little above the profile here now, so we'll get that fixed, but I think we're going to be okay. We're going to aim for 75 knots down final and 70 over the numbers. Last call for the predictions will be at 500 feet.
Jazz 8830, make it to maintain 6,000 for traffic. Okay, 6,000, Jazz 8830.
There we go, we got a red. Start bringing the nose back up. We'll ease the power back in after the speed gets under control. There we go. Vertical profile is looking good now. 75 knots. Put some power back in.
Jazz 8835, present heading vectors to the localizer for spacing, descend and maintain 4,000.
K5, present heading descend between 4,000 Jazz 8830.
Looking and feeling pretty stable. If anything, we're getting blown slightly to the left. So I'm going to put in just a slight crosswind correction to the right. And now it's feeling like we don't need that.
Jazz 8830, turn right heading 190, join the localizer, and maintain 190 knots.
Right heading 190 to join localizer, maintain 190 knots, Jazz 8830.
Heading a little long because of those tall trees on short final. Ooh, wow. Get that tail down, okay. Get some brakes in with the tail down as best we can. Come on. Keep it on center line. Oh, keep it on center line. Keep it on center line. $31 is the winning number. 31, wow. Round up rolling it a little long. But again, I'm going to use the excuse that I was trying to stay high over those trees on short final. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe we skipped it a little tiny bit, but I'll tell you what. A little tiny bit of a bounce is normal in a tail dragger. I don't think that was that bad, guys.
No leak, cleared ILS running 22 left approach.
Yeah, clear ILS to left approach as 8830.
I don't think that was that bad, guys. Little tiny bit of a Douglas bounce is kind of a normal thing. I tell you what, we might take down this windsock as we go past. These are slightly narrow taxiways. Alright, off the runway we can go. Stowed flaps, cow flaps open.
8830, reduce final approach speed.
Reduce final approach speed, 8830.
Oh boy. That is a runway that we're not supposed to cross. Approach 5 and port out to Victor, clear of 17 on Alpha.
Remember 514 Delta Victor, taxi the ramp via Alpha cross runway 10, and congratulations on passing wings IFR 23.
Alright, thank you very much. And ramp via Alpha, crossing 10, 5 and port out to Victor. Okay.
Jazz 8830, connect the tower 128.8.
So we were technically probably over that whole short line before we saw it. Again, I don't do a lot of nighttime flying, guys, so that's still a pretty bad thing to do right there. I should have been a little bit more careful about looking at that approach, that runway diagram before I started just driving around here, but It's okay. We caught it. Caught it and stopped, I guess, sort of kind of in time-ish. Close enough that he didn't care, at least. Alright, we can go landing lights off. Let's see, some stuff we can do. Anti-collision. Landing lights. Pitot heat can come off. We did the cow flaps. The fuel pumps can come off as well. This is Charlie. This is where we're going to turn right to get on the ramp. Yeah, I was pretty happy with the landing. Again, it wound up being a little bit long. You know, I did adjust for the trees on short final there. But pretty happy with it in the long run. And then, again, didn't expect to be rolling it all the way to the end, but certainly should have looked at that diagram to be ready for that eventuality should I need to do that. And then should have been prepared for the fact that there was a runway to cross there. Again, it's just a function of me not flying a whole lot at nighttime, but certainly things that you want to be vigilant about pre-brief and be ready to account for. So it's a good lesson if you don't do a lot of nighttime flying. We're going to try not to blind Mr. Chugley there, who I assume is who's sitting here. Get our taxi light off, parking brake on. I made previously, Kenny, instructional videos on VATSTAR. It would be embarrassing if you failed a wings flight. Well, I've had to repeat a couple of these, but not because I botched a procedure, but because I had aircraft-related mishaps. So this has not been a perfect series by any means. And I always say there's plenty to learn from successes and there's plenty to learn from failures. So it's all good. Anyway, let's run through the shutdown checklist here, and then we'll get ready to do that last one. Officially, by the way, guys, I have completed the series now, because I did complete IFR 24 in the previous version of this series when it was IFR number 20. They've added 4 flights since I did it last, but that was the very last one that I needed to get credit for. We can relock the tail wheel. So that is, that's a wrap. Now, we are going to do a demo of number 24 anyway. I think I did all that. So taxi light off, parking brake on, tail wheel locked. Let's go ahead and get the transponder back into 1200. And shut that off. Whoops. That's there. We'll shut down just the left-hand side, which will be mix, magnetos, and generator. Seatbelt signs can come off now. Go ahead and get the doors open for you. And we'll check on our fuel and ETA. Now the ETA, we're about 12 minutes late to the blocks here because we did kind of that additional circling around. Actually, we shortcutted our route, so we should have wound up on time. So I'm not sure. Maybe we had more of a headwind than what I accounted for in my spreadsheet, or maybe we spent a longer time at a slower speed than what I accounted for in my spreadsheet. Anyway, we're about 10 minutes late getting in, even with the adjustment that I made to our departure time. Should have about 1,631 pounds of fuel left, which is 272 gallons. Let's see what we wound up with.
1323, turn left,
80 is 160.
1523.
And 260 plus maybe about 81, 82. So 260, and then that's 50, maybe 52 there. So pretty close to 270, and that's what we predicted. 272 is what I said. Let's see what the X-plane says I have in relation to 1,631. Looks like it's going to be pretty close. Very, very close. 1623 is what it says I have in the tanks compared to 1631, which is what my spreadsheet predicted. So that's pretty good. So we wound up taking about 10 minutes longer, but the planned end was pretty much dead on. So those are the two that I'm looking at. And if you want to see how I come up with those numbers, I don't use SimBrief or anything like that. You want to see how I come up with those, there's a tutorial on the VATSIM tutorials playlist on my YouTube channel. All right, let's see who the winning predictor was real quick. Looks like I do have a couple of Alphabets points raffle tickets to put in there, too.
Okay, 1523, turn left 250, join the localizer.
250, join the localizer, box 1523.
Get those taken care of. Alright, so what was the winning number? Was 31, I think it was.
Delta 5340
The predictions is 68 is the lowest so far.
4000. Delta 5340 Boston departure radar, contact climb, maintain 14000.
173 and 140 up above. Yeah, so 68. Chuggly 11 is going to be our big winner. Congrats. Alright, Chuggly, let me get that raffle ticket written out for you before I forget. And then we will start getting ready for our second flight. Finish up the series as we take it back to Nantucket, where it all began. Alright, Mr. Chuggly, there you go. You've got a number of entries into this month's landing rate raffle. You got a very... Yeah, it was 31, I think. Oh, yeah, runway 35. Yes, I landed runway 35.
Contact tower 12 and plane 8 walk 1323.
So there's your ticket.
Boston approach, JetBlue 834. We're going miss 22 left.
Yeah, JetBlue 834. Yeah. Turn left heading 090, climb.
Yeah, we saw you.
I have to work you around here.
We saw you. Very good. All right, let's get ready for leg number 2, guys.
Delta 5340, connect Boston, center 134.7. Good day.
Let's come back over to
Over to Boston Center.
flights, and let's look at the very last
Delta 5340.
flight to go here. We're going to look at charted visual procedures into Nantucket, either the Great Point visual or the Tuckernuck visual to runway 24 or runway 6 respectively to Nantucket. And Nantucket back where the whole series began, so we're kind of finishing up full circle here as we finish the 30th out of the 30 flights as part of the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings over New England. 23 was not requiring a circle. It was requiring that you execute a circle if the winds called for it, but at nighttime you cannot execute a circle. So at nighttime you have no choice but to land 3-5 or divert. So it's kind of requiring that you know that even if the wind is southbound, or favoring a southbound landing, you got to stick with that northbound approach. Or you've got to cancel IFR. You've got some options. It goes the IFR 23 goes through different options that you have. You cancel IFR and do it visually if the conditions permit. You can divert to another airport. You can, if you're doing it during the daytime, you have the option to circle to 17 if you want to. But yeah.
But you're not transmitting my instructions back to me reliably, so I don't get your read back. So I need you to read the instruction back via text, please. So I need you to type the instruction back to me.
Roger, JetBlue 34.
Alright, anyway. It's a charted visual approach, and we'll show you those in just a moment. But we're going to go Norwood to Nantucket.
Volta 822, heavy Boston, departure radar, contact, climb.
And we are going to look at those points, but basically if you have any of the points in sight that you need to, in order to perform the approach, we'll be able to call that point in sight, and then they will clear you for the approach from there. Oh, 6 Delta Victor. They almost got the right call sign for us. There's no specific altitude requirements, but there's a recommendation of 2,000 south of Great Point. We'll show you that on the chart. Ensure the weather at Nantucket will permit a visual. I guess that's one good thing to check. It does look like You know, we've got some weather in the area that they're not real big fans of you modifying weather to complete these, but we can if we need to. It looks like Nantucket right now, there's Martha's Vineyard. Nantucket right now is still showing overcast at 80, so we'll just real quick Norwood to
Colter 822 heavy. I'm not quite
Nantucket.
sure where you're going, sir. Turn right heading 090.
Somewhere in here it gives you the route to file.
Call that 822.
So it's going to be Dunk Victor 141 ACK. However, since we're not able to go direct Dunk, we're going to file it as Boston Victor 141 ACK.
Departure, good evening. Vision 2 Golf Papa, just checking in at 3,000 for 4,000.
However, we'll probably be cleared radar vectors to join
Vision,
Victor 141.
2 Golf Papa, Boston departure radar contact.
And then we'll follow Victor 141 the rest of the way.
5,000 for traffic, 2 Golf Papa, thanks.
Coljet 822, clear direct SOX.
So that's what we'll file. Let's take it back to the top, and I'll show you the approach charts here in just a moment. But let's just get underway as quickly as we can.
2 Golf Papa,
Send our flight plan.
7,000.
One more time on the altitude for us, Vision 2 Golf Papa.
Vision 2 Golf Papa, climb maintain 7,000.
IFR
7,000, 2 Golf Papa.
OWD to KACK. We're going to keep the alternate as Providence. Departure time, we're going to call it 0315. Just updating that in my spreadsheet. We'll update that progress bar for you. Okay, ACK. Time en route on this one's much shorter. It's going to be a 0 hours and 35. Whoops, not 3:35. 0:35. What do we got left in the tanks? 2:43 at this point. 180 is correct. We're going to just go 3,000.
Turn left heading 040.
Again, we are going to go Boston Victor 141 ACK, and it's wings IFR 24, which we
Vision 2 Golf
go
Papa,
ahead and
climb
file.
maintain 9,000.
Up to 9,000, Vision 2 Golf Papa.
Yeah, there we go. Get that out of the way, and I think we're ready to go. Let's do an updated METAR at Norwood since we're here. KOWD. Wind's now calm, overcast at 70, 2992. We'll go ahead and get the altimeter set.
834, turn left heading 030.
2992 rather, there we go.
Vision 2 Golf Papa, you're now clear traffic. Climb maintain 14,000.
I sent the flight plan, updated the progress bar, checked the METAR, set altimeter. Field elevation here is 49 feet, and that's very close to what's showing, so that's good. Let's go ahead and obtain our clearance.
Vision 2 Golf Papa, connect Boston, center 134.7.
34-7, Vision 2 Golf Papa. Thanks for the help. Have a good one. Stay safe.
Yep.
Sir?
Approach Douglas 514 Delta Victor, got the weather at Norwood. Wings IFR 24 going to Nantucket.
Remember, 514 Delta Victor. I think center's going to be closing up any minute now, so I don't know if we can get it for credit if you need it for credit.
I actually don't, so we'll go with it either way.
Alright, November 514 Delta Victor, standby clearance request number 1.
Okay, so they're closing up. So they're gonna give us the IFR clearance. Obviously, if you were doing this and needed it for credit, they would have to be staying on for you, and they would have to say Wings IFR 24 approved. In our case, they're not going to bother with that because they're closing up shop. They're just going to give us our IFR clearance without it. So, again, because we're kind of in a hurry weather-wise, let's go ahead. Oh, and the other thing I'm going to do, guys, I am going to put this back to daytime. uncheck that, and done. And let's go back to day.
November 514 Delta Victor, you're cleared to the Nantucket Airport via the Norwood 3 departure. Radar vector is Boston VOR, then as filed. Climb in, correction, maintain 2000, departure with me, squawk, let's get you a new code here, squawk 3512.
Norwood 3 departure to then as filed, we'll maintain 2000, expecting, yeah, we'll maintain 2000, 133.0 and 3512, 514 Delta Victor.
For 514 Delta Victor, read back correct, you want runway 35 for departure or something else?
It's probably, yeah, a 35 is fine.
Alright, November 514 Delta Victor, you can expect that, and advisory for taxi.
We'll call in if you expecting 355 Delta Victor. Alright, so we're going to look up the Norwood 3 departure, guys.
Boston approach, JetBlue 1015 at flight level.
Don't need that. We got the
row for 210.
And then Nantucket, we'll pull up the airport diagram, and we don't know.
Blue 1015, you're well outside of my airspace here, so just continue and then give me a call over Pro V.
I will give you a call over for JetBlue 1015. JetBlue 834.
Alright, so there's our airport diagram. So there's the Norwood.
We go another vector, we just continue on the same heading.
Yeah, we're going to join that radio 159 out of Boston, which is the same thing.
We'll give you another one. Turn left saying 330.
154, actually. So we're going to join a 159. So that's going to be slightly left of that airway.
634 heavy, leaving my airspace.
Or we might just go
radio service terminated, change to advisor, or closing.
direct Nantucket.
Radio service terminated, change to advisor, frequency approved. Good day.
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good night. Happy New Year's.
We can go radar vectors dunk and then. Anyway, all right. So we'll follow the instructions that we're given. This is just the routing description. 2000, filed altitude within 10, and then this is the charted visuals, which we'll look at in more detail once we get airborne.
Good evening, bus approach. Douglas 403 Juliet Bravo, not doing wings, just looking for a IFR. Here's also
So that's the Nantucket airport diagram. Okay, so there's ours.
403 Juliet Bravo, standby clearance request number 1, and are you slant Alpha or slant Golf tonight?
we have slant Golf, but we're going to be using Alpha Airways if possible.
Alright, November 403 Juliet Bravo. You're cleared in Nantucket via the Norwood 3 departure, radar vectors, Boston VOR, then as filed, maintain 2,000.
The one thing to note.
Actually, do you want 3,000 or 5,000 for your final, for the direction of flight?
Oh, by mistake. We can do 5,000 to stand his way.
So 35
Juliet Bravo, no problem.
as assigned, okay.
Nantucket via the Norwood 3 departure, radar vectors, Boston, then as filed. Let's see here, climb via...
is here, how are you?
Sorry, maintain 2,000, expect 5,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure with me, squawk 3513.
Alright, let's get back to the checklist. We've got our clearance. Transponder will be set to 3512.
2,000 initial, 5,000 after that, 3513, and the station is with you, 3 Juliet Bravo.
Number 3 Juliet Bravo, read back correct.
Not autopilot.
Advise ready for taxi. Get from the 35 Norwood altimeter 29902.
9235 runway to 3 Juliet Bravo.
Alright, radio altimeter to 1X. Let's go ahead and get the nav radio set as needed. So 112.7 and 159. Not sure that that's what we're going to get, but we'll go ahead and have that set, and we'll change it to whatever else we need to change it to once we get airborne and are given our direct instruction, or our joining instruction. 112.7. If it's a 159, okay. So there's 159. Well, we don't need to do a sync real quick because we don't have the gyros right now. And fuel quantity we did check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. On behalf of Slant Alpha Airways, I'd like to welcome you back aboard Flight 514 service to Nantucket. We'll be departing here from the terminal momentarily, expecting wheels up in about 10 minutes. Cruising altitude is going to be 3,000 feet for this very short hop. Flight time once airborne about 35 minutes. Buckle in and relax, and we'll be on our way soon. Thanks for flying Slant Alpha Airways. Go ahead and get the doors shut. All right, buttoned up, ready to go. Let's go ahead and get that number 1 fired back up. That's going to be mix. Magnetos. Fuel pump. Prime it. Clear it. And start it. Okay, yep, did fire. The oil pressure came right away. Fuel pressure is elevated by the electric pump. Fuel pressure is now normal. Let's go ahead and sync our headings. The magnetic compass is reading about a heading of a 12. Target heading we're going to set to runway heading of 350 or whatever we get assigned. But 12 is what we're pointing at right now. So that's all now in agreement. Flight controls, we'll check. Okay, we have full left, full right, center, blah, blah, blah. Tail wheel can come into the unlocked position. And taxi lights can come on.
Number 51 Sierra Tango, you could run the Boston class Bravo via proceed direct Boston, maintain VFR.
And we're going to come off of Charlie, go southbound on Alpha.
And squawk 4.
So head east to go out on Charlie, and then Alpha.
Boston class Bravo airspace, maintain 5,000.
And that's maintain VFR at 5,500.
Sorry about that, maintain VFR at 5,500 for Air 1
JetBlue 834, just maintain 2,000.
Just maintain 2,000, JetBlue 834.
Approach 5-4 Delta Victor, short of Charlie, ready to taxi 35 at Norwood.
Number 514 Delta Victor, runway 35, taxi via Charlie Alpha, report ready for departure.
All right, Charlie Alpha, report ready, 5-4 Delta Victor. All right, Charlie. Let's get rolling, sir.
Douglas 3 Juliet Bravo, also for taxi.
Number 3 Juliet Bravo, give way to and follow the DC-3 coming out of the ramp, runway 35, taxi via Alpha, and report number 1 ready for departure.
Follow the DC-3 by Alpha 35, we'll report we're ready.
Alright, so established now on Charlie. Hydro pressure normal. Cowls to trail. Trail, I said. Fuel pumps on. Alright, what else are we going to do in our taxi out? Hydro pressure checked, Cowls trail. Flight attendants, prepare cabin for departure. We will forego the run-up at the end of the runway, since we are, we did that at the beginning of our first leg today. Oh, I know. I owe a bunch of those raffle tickets. We'll take care of those once we get up to cruise, guys. Is that the ILS hold, or is that the full hold there? Since I'm not sure, I'm going to stop. Approach 5-4 Delta Victor, short of 35 at Norwood, ready.
Number 514 Delta Victor on departure, fly heading 020. Let's see here, wind calm, runway 35, clear for takeoff.
Alright, 020, clear for takeoff 35, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, so let's get the target heading set to 020. Even though I am going to hand fly that, I'm just going to set that as a reminder of what we were assigned. And as we are taking the runway, we can go... Oh, fasten seatbelt lights never came back on. We can go... Oh, that's why, because I turned the anti-collision off, thinking it was the fasten seatbelt signs. Okay. Anti-collision back on, landing lights on, taxi lights off, pitot heat off, and fuel pumps I think I already did, and cals are in trail. Temps and pressures all looking normal. Get lined up, tail wheel. Acro nerds heading out? Yeah, man. No worries. Alright, tail wheel locked.
Good evening, Southwest 801. We're 2.5 for 5,000.
30. Engines responding normally and symmetrically. Set 45.
Climb maintain 14,000, Southwest 801.
And away we go. Alright, the tail's going to come up on its own. And we'll just hold the level attitude, and when we get enough airspeed, the plane's going to come up on its own.
JetBlue 1015 Boston, approach.
Gear's going to come up. We were just about 100 feet, so when we get to just about 500 feet, we get flaps in, power down.
Southwest of the Boston VOR, altitude indicates 13,000. Descend via the Robot 3 arrival runway 22 left, the Boston altimeter 2992.
Send me a Robot 3 arrival for runway 22 left.
Flaps were already in.
JetBlue 834, turn left heading 300.
Alright, let's get 25 and 40. And roll out on that 020 heading.
834, turn left heading 300.
Pitch for about 110 knot climb.
300, JetBlue 834. JetBlue 1015, actually it looks like you might have something programmed wrong. Right turn heading 070 to 718 8,000 vectors for the approach.
Right heading 070, descend maintain 7,000.
Descend maintain 8,000.
Descend maintain 8,000, sorry about that.
Remember 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, say altitude.
At 1,100 going to 2.
Remember 514 Delta Victor, climb maintain 3,000, and I'll return VA here in about another 1,000 feet.
Alright, we'll climb and maintain 3,000, 5-4 Delta Victor. Alright, so we'll maintain the 020 heading.
Norwood, ready to go. 3 Juliet Bravo, on departure flight, runway heading. Wind calm, runway 35, clear for takeoff. Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 35, 3 Juliet Bravo.
Alright, 25 and 40, flaps in.
3 for 5 at Boston.
Gear up. We can get the fuel pumps off.
Southwest 801, leave my airspace, radar service terminated, change to advisory frequency approved.
Over to Unicom, Southwest 801, good night.
November 514 Delta Victor, turn right heading 090.
090, 5-4 Delta Victor.
JetBlue 834, sorry about that. Turn left heading 190. Join the localizer.
Alright.
Boston departure, number 1667 Boston, 5,000.
Number 1672, sorry about that. Radar contact, climb maintain 14,000.
Up to 14,000, number 1672.
Rolling out on a 090. 400 to go on our altitude. I guess I can spin the rudder.
4 Delta Victor, turn 10 degrees right.
10 degrees right, 5-4 Delta Victor. So 100 now.
JetBlue 34, 5 miles from Vocus, cleared ILS running 2G left approach.
Alright, there's 3,000. Level it. Again, really just still hand flying this.
JetBlue 34, 5 miles from Vocus, cleared ILS running 2G left approach. Denver 1672, Julie Mars, 6 Boston, sir, close radio service, terminated, change to advisor frequency approved, good day.
Code advisor for number 1672.
Possible French message being 15 Tango by K2, be able to get the...
Uh-oh, Chugley, had a scenery crash.
You said you want to land 2G left?
Yeah, no, I'm all good here for so far, man. We'll knock on wood.
You're VFR, so you always get visual with something, but yeah, you can expect runway 2G left.
I'm a little out of practice, sorry about that.
You're fine.
23 and 34.
Boston approach to number 148, Mike Kilo, 3000.
Mix to auto lean. Close up cow flap some.
Sorry about that. November 148, Mike Kilo. Let's see here. Northern altimeter 299
Still maintaining 100. And 3,000, just doing that all by hand right now.
Connect to tower 128.8.
The fuel pumps I think I already got. Fasten seatbelt lights can come off.
November 148, Mike Kilo. Do you want the RNAV GPS?
Yeah, Chugley, I'm sorry that didn't work out for you, man. Yeah, always sucks when you go through all that prep and it just poops out on you.
You said the RNAV works? Correct. 8 Mike Kilo.
Yeah, by the time you get it reset, we're probably going to be landing. It's a pretty short one.
November 148, Mike Kilo, Roger. You can expect that to be a 30.
So, yeah, it's very sorry about that, man. But congrats on the winning landing rate, congrats on the first one, though.
Roger. 8 Mike
At least
Kilo.
you got that. That's a win for tonight, right?
November 15, Tango turn, right heading 020.
Right, 020 for 15 Tango.
We're really going to see how much I can hand fly of this, guys. Right now, we're just maintaining 3,000. And, the other thing we can do at cruise is we can go back to, let's run both off of the left main here for a moment, because I'm sure the left main got a little bit...
8 Mike Kilo is ready to go direct to Birdie.
Yeah, the left main's a little bit more full than the...
Mike Kilo, clear direct Birdie. Cross Birdie outer above 3,000, cleared RNAV, runway 35
A little bit more full than the right main because we sat on the ramp running it for so long. So we'll run both engines off of the left main. Yeah, we got that entered in properly. Let's not lose track of that. I think I did get the pumps off. Yeah, got those. Yeah, we're good, man. All up to cruise. I think we seatbelt signs, auto lean, cows, fuel tanks.
To intercept the Boston 151 radial and join Victor 141.
Alright, right to 120 and join Victor 141. 5-4 Delta Victor. He said 151 radial. I don't think that's correct. But let's just look on the chart and see what the radial is. I think it was 154 actually. Yeah, 154. So we'll do that. We'll just do what's on the chart. 154. That is what I have dialed in, actually, so we'll just go ahead and join it. Yeah, so Ickbins, I'll...
Blue 1015, turn left heading 040 to maintain 5,000.
So you can see he put us right on it, actually. So now I got to overshot and got to come back to it. So when you are non-RNAV and he's trying to get us onto a route, so we're doing this. We filed this Victor 141, which goes from Boston to Nantucket. It's the 154 outbound radial from Boston, and it's marked Victor 141. If you were RNAV, he could just send us, clear direct Celts or clear direct Dunk, resume on navigation, right? If we were RNAV, if we had a GPS, we could put in Celts or Dunk and just go direct to that point and join the airway from there. However, we're not RNAV, non-RNAV. So we've only got
15 Tango. Looks like it's your lucky day. We can make that.
We've only got 2 ways to join that airway. We can either go all the way up to the VOR and join it right from the VOR outbound on the 154, or we can do what we just did, which was he put us on kind of an intercept heading, similar to like joining the localizer on a final approach. He put us on a heading that just like has an intercept, and then we just join it wherever. It doesn't. We might join it at Dunk, or we might join it a little bit before Dunk, or whatever. Doesn't matter, but wherever we hit, wherever that needle comes in the center, that's where we're joining it. Now it looks like we need to correct a little bit to the right. Oh no, Ickbins, it's not impossible at all. He says, I thought it was impossible for a slant alpha to join an airway. Heck no, man. It's just done exactly like you join a localizer or a final approach course.
Here, climb maintain flight will climb maintain 14000, clear direct merit.
What you can't do is proceed direct to such and such intersection, because you don't have a way to do that. But yeah, maintain heading blank until, you know, and then join Victor 141. Very, very doable. Alright, now we do need to figure out how far down on that Victor 141 are we going. And I'm going to have to do this very carefully as I do try to hand fly. Oh, we can do a real quick announcement, by the way.
Squawk 3410.
3410, no Walker 1218.
Remember, 15 Tango, turn right heading turn right heading 150.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our cruise altitude of 3,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. Cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Nantucket nectars. So relax and enjoy the rest of the flight.
JetBlue 1015, turn left heading 330, descend maintain 30,000. What is the descent for JetBlue 1015? Descend maintain 3,000.
We slipped off a little bit of altitude. Let's get back up to 3.
Descend maintain 3,000.
We got to get our navigation plan.
Climbing into my airspace, Boston Center, closed radio service, terminated, change advisory frequency approved. Thank you, sir, for your agency.
So 39 to Gales, and then it's going to be 116.2 and 349, which would be 169. 16.2 and 169. 16.2 and 169.
Number 150 Tango, turn right heading 240.
16.2.
November 15 Tango, turn right heading 240.
And 169.
Right, 240 for 159. Marker 1218, radar contact 2 miles from ocean. Altitude indicates 10,000. Let's see here. Information is here.
And I did say the number that we're taking this out to, but I forgot it that quickly. 39 miles. 39 miles to the point, Gales.
Sorry, I didn't catch the altitude there, but expect ILS 22 left, Walker 1218.
Walker 1218 is just your altitude indicates 9,000 now. But fly heading, let's see here, fly heading.
Alright, so we don't need the wings stuff.
And descend.
We don't need the airport diagram at Norwood. We don't need the Norwood departure. We don't need the continuation of the Norwood departure. So we've got either the Tucker-Nuck visual to 6 or the Great Point visual to 24. Both of them have paths coming in from the north, which is what we're going to be doing, which is good. We'll talk about a little bit more about that when we get there. Let's just figure out.
We have departed from Providence inbound to Boston. We're now entering your airspace.
Which direction we're going to be doing.
Good evening.
See if we can...
November 15 Tango, do you have the airport in sight? It should be at your 3 o'clock in about 10 miles or so. We have visual.
Let's get a...
November 15 Tango, roger, proceed inbound, runway 33 right, VFR altitude to your discretion. Proceed inbound, 33 right, VFR altitude.
Providence ground, Providence, yeah. So we don't have any air traffic control at Nantucket per se. Let's just go ahead and get a meets our observation there.
310 to 17 2000.
Wind calm, 10 statute miles.
Walker 1218, turn right, heading 290.
Few clouds at 1500, which might be problematic.
14 Delta Victory, leave my airspace shortly, radar service terminated, change to advisory frequency approved, good day.
Alright, frequency change approved, thanks for the service, 5-4 Delta Victory, we'll see it.
Boston approach, Walker 1219, 2 miles east of Ocean.
Alright, so here's what we're going to do, guys.
Walker 1219, Boston, approach squawk 3443.
First of all, we'll do two things.
3443 for Walker 1219.
We will transmit and monitor COM 2,
Delta 831, flight level 240.
but we'll continue to monitor COM 1. So we'll continue to hear the goings on the approach frequency, but we'll be transmitting and receiving on the Unicom CTAF frequency 122.8. So
Walker 1218, radar contact over Ocean, altitude indicates 1000.
the second thing that we'll do is we're going to assume, oops, we're going to assume with this weather coming in west to east, even though the winds are currently calm at Nantucket, we're going to assume if the winds do change, they are probably going to be coming out of...
No, who was checking in on the JPON there? Was that Delta 831?
The weather's going to be coming from that way. So we assume that the preferred landing direction is going to be that way. So I'm going to go ahead and set up for the Great Point visual to runway 24.
Closing up here, but for now I can give you something here.
So we're going to drop the we're coming in from the north, so pretty much as soon as we have Great Point in sight, we can clear ourselves. We'll talk through the controller clearing us for the Great Point visual runway 24 approach. We're also going to tune in the localizer 24 just to have it as a guideline, which the chart recommends here. So we'll do that. We'll have all that set up.
Contact 5-6 miles northwest of the Boston VOR, altitude indicates flight level 200.
For right now, we'll get back. We've wandered slightly off our airway. We're going to correct slightly to the right here. And we're a little bit below our assigned altitude of 3,000, so we'll wander back up to 3,000. Just hand flying this whole way. Really, no need for autopilot. This is a very short flight. Not a whole lot to it. So.
Walker 1218, maintain 190 knots. Maintain 190 knots. Walker 1218. JetBlue 1015, 7 miles from, correction, 8 miles from Focus. Maintain 2,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS from 822 left approach.
Yeah, there's a lot of Whiskey Airways. A lot of Whiskey Airways up in Greenland. The weird thing that we figured out is that in X-Plane, a lot of those NDBs, even the ones that the airways are constructed from, are not simulated with the correct range, and we were not able to track those airways with the distance that we were supposed to be able to. We found that out on our Douglas Overseas tour that we've been working on. Very same tour that we're going to be finishing up on New Year's Day in this exact aircraft.
Turn right heading 290, descend maintain 4,000 vectors for the approach. Right 290, descend maintain 4,000.
Manifold pressure slipped, and I put the mix to auto lean. Lost a bit of manifold pressure, forgot to adjust it back up, so. 23 and 34 readjusted.
Unfortunately, we'll be closing up here soon, so radar service is terminated. Change to advisory frequency.
Wonder if they can be edited or modded, says Chuggly. Yeah, they can be. There's a user nav file that you can that you can put in it whatever nav aids you want. The format's plain text, so it's pretty easy. Matter of fact, that's similar to what we did for the Berlin airlift flight, where we put in some of the old historic nav aids that are no longer there.
maintain 170 knots, still focus, Walker 1218. Blue 1015.
Alright, so now we're overshot. We're a little bit to the right of that anyway. We're gonna kind of correct back to the left here. Oh wow, so Totorico, which is the developer of the, that goes by Hot Start, he put in what's called Live Radio. It simulates nav stations better than default with terrain occlusion and different ranges. Nice, but it's got to be included with your aircraft, he says. Might have to look into that. That sounds fun.
Okay, I have no idea where you are. Charlie Foxtrot X-ray, 14 miles from Fost at 1000.
Alright, so we'll correct back to the left just a touch here. Get back up to...
I see out there. Charlie Foxtrot,
does the static at range and gets a stronger signal? Yeah.
I'm getting close.
That sounds really cool.
You land, so the rest of the flight will be on Unicom. Roger that, and tower's still online, correct? Charlie Foxtrot X-ray? He's probably going to close up, but not close up. Roger that, Charlie Foxtrot X-ray, thanks. Fokker 1218, contact the tower 128.8, good day.
Oh, gotcha. So the Morse doesn't always start from the beginning when you switch it on. Yeah, that's cool. All right, how far are we taking that? 30 something, 39 I think it was, and we're at 35 now, so we got to be ready to switch over. 39 miles out, and then we're going to be navigating into Nantucket 116.2.
Walker 1219 to 718 3000. He said maintain 3000, Walker 1219. National Air, got a boss information, Tango current.
Yeah, we got 116.2 and 159, or no, 169 dialed in down there, but it says we got a correct way to the left.
Walker 1219, turn left, 250, join the localizer to 718 2000.
That's okay, we'll figure it out.
For localizer.
16.2. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's just navigate to it from that, because on the nav 1, I'm going to want to tune in that localizer for... Yeah, so alright, so let's just do that. Let's just leave it on nav 2. Since I'm hand flying anyway, I don't need it in nav 1 for autopilot tracking. Let's just make sure I have it set. 349, 249, 149. It's a 169. So it's 1 degree left of 170. And that is indeed what I have there. So, and we'll make sure we got that on nav 2.
Alright, Walker 1219, 4 miles from Wayne, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS, running 22 left approach. Cleared ILS, 22 approach, Walker 1219.
Yeah, we're correcting way to the left now.
Delta 831 to 718 3000. 718 3000, Delta 831. Walker 1219, that's my apologies, sir. Do you have it, or do you need intercept vector? I think I got it, and it was my bad. I forgot to hit the heading hold for Walker 1219. Yep, alright, no problem. Walker 1219, maintain 170 knots or greater until locus, contact the tower 128.8, good day. 170 till locus, contact tower, thank you.
Okay. So we're navigating now, and I know that it might be partially obscured by my logos, I apologize. Navigating now to this, and I got that on nav 2, so it's 34 miles and counting down, and that's a 169, so it's basically a 170, so that's what I'm trying to kind of steer to up here. pointed at about a 175, and that is in agreement with those, so that's good. We'll just tune this to 0 because I'm not really following it, so don't want to confuse myself. Got a couple extra 100 feet of altitude that we're going to slough off for you here. Just put it in a nice gentle descent. And in the meantime, as we prepare for the Great Point visual, I'm going to go ahead and tune in 109.1 and 241 on the nav1. .91 and 241.
Delta 831 to 718-2000. 718-2000.
30 miles from our destination. Proceeding more or less direct. And basically, we're going to be told to report Great Point in sight.
I'm going to be closing up here shortly, so the rest of your flight will be on Unicom. Have a good one.
Don't see Nantucket Island yet. What are we passing over here, though? 29 miles north. This is, it's got to be Hyannis Airport there. Barn stable. Wave high to the barn stable. I'm still a few hundred feet high. Let's get that taken care of, guys.
Delta 831, turn right heading 120 vector to final. Right 120 vector to final. Delta 831.
I'm going to watch very carefully. This is not telling us we're on glide slope and on localizer. It's telling us that it's not yet receiving anything. Those red flags there meaning nothing receiving. When we get closer, we can actually pop over the DME. Ooh, we do have the... Interestingly, we do have a DME on that signal. We just don't have localizer and glide slope yet. We'll leave the DME tuned to nav1 then. Oh, and I think I've just screwed up the fuel balance, by the way. That's not that bad. We'll run both off the right main for just a moment. When the right main gets down just under 50, we'll we'll square it up.
Delta 831, turn right heading 250, join, cross your right turn heading 190, join the localizer. 190, turn to join the localizer, Delta 831. Delta 831, 5 miles from focus, maintain 2000 until...
Let's go ahead and run through an approach briefing.
Left approach. 5 miles from focus, maintain 2000 until established, or the ILS 22 left approach.
We'll do an updated...
I really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem.
And by the way, we are, like I said, we're monitoring that, but we're transmitting on Unicom 122.8. So if you hear us seem like we're talking over them, we're not really. Let's just update that. Okay, it is the same observation. Still calm. 2993. Let's go ahead and get that dialed in.
No arrival per se, but we have been letting ILS approach running 22 left. What about for the visual? If you want. I think we're all going to be off by the time you get that close to the airport, so you can do whatever you want. Alrighty, thank you very much. Yep. Delta 831, contact the tower 128.8. Good day. 128.8 for Delta 831. Yeah, thanks again, man. I'll see you. Yeah.
A little bit of a right turn in to get back on that airway down there. Again, we're navigating the airway through Nav 2. Nav 1 is showing our ILS, which we're not really flying.
Closed. No further services provided for Boston, as well as the...
well, goodbye then. Alright, anyway, so. Temperature's 29993, okay, wind's calm still. Few clouds at 15, yeah, we can see it's a little bit hazy here, but hoping that we will have enough visibility to do this visually. Alright, let's check on the fuel balance again. Alright, we'll leave it for now. Alright. Approach frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Minimums not applicable. Forecast winds. We've talked about our calm. Crosswind direction is none. We talked about the ceiling. Few clouds at 15. We're going to hope that we have enough visibility to do this. If we do land successfully on 2-4, it'll be a right-hand turnoff. And we don't have minimums per se, but the field elevation is 47 feet, so essentially 50 feet. So at this point, the approach controller is going to say something along the lines of 514 Delta Victor, Cape approach. Field is at your 12 o'clock, 19 miles. Report Great Point in sight, or report the lighthouse in sight. Anything that is identified on this chart, we're going to be called upon to report in sight when we see it. The lighthouse, I don't know if it's modeled in the scenery or not. Great Point would be the little peninsula there, so we can certainly look for that. The Gulls would be that very thin isthmus there that we can look for. In any case, can't quite see any of that. Now, terrain-wise, it does look like to our left is this little extension of Cape Cod. So I think we can see that we're just south of Hyannisport, which we know we saw it as we passed over it. So I think we're still good. Oh, we're way off course with respect to that airway, though. Need to make a right to get back on that airway. Might explain why we weren't seeing anything, because we weren't pointed toward it. Okay, yeah, now I think we can... So I'm correcting to the right to get back on this airway, which we drifted well off to the left of. But yeah, now that I think we're pointed in the right direction, we can definitely see. So, approach 5-4 Delta Victor. We got Great Point in sight. 5-4 Delta Victor. Roger. Cleared for the Great Point visual runway 24 at Nantucket. Alright, clear for the Great Point visual 24, 5-4 Delta Victor. Alright, so at this point, even though we botched that airway navigation really, really badly, at this point, we don't really need to anymore. We're just literally going to follow what's on this chart. We're going to come down just east rather, of the point, and then we're going to turn in when we are on the localizer. We should hopefully be able to see the airport ahead to our right, but even if we can't, we'll have the localizer. This says recommended altitude 2,000 or above until Great Point. Okay, so that means we're going to go ahead and start our descent to 2,000 now. Still nothing on the localizer or the glide slope. Going to get the fuel pumps Start opening up the cow flaps a little bit. Get the mix back into auto rich. Flight attendants, prepare cabin for arrival. You guys in the chat can start putting in your predictions as to the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. Just a number into the chat is fine. No bot command is necessary. Your prediction of the vertical descent rate in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch. So we're going to stay just left of the terrain, and we're going to kind of level it at 2, but I'm not going to add a lot of power back in. I'm going to speed the props up a little bit. But I do want to start slowing the plane down. Let's go ahead and run through the... let's go ahead and get the right aux, left, right main, left main. We're pretty well balanced here, so we're good. Speed the props up just a touch. Okay, we got localizer in. Nothing on glide slope. I can't remember if this is actually a loc only or an ILS. Oh, and we got glide slope in now. Alright, so we'll hold 200, or 2,000 rather. We'll go ahead and get the first notch of flaps in. Add some power to maintain 2,000. We'll take a peek and look for the airport here in just a moment. I'm just going to make sure I got everything else done. Mix auto rich, cowls into trail. Tail wheel is locked, which is in our bird the rearward position. No, I'm sorry, the forward position. It's reversed in this bird to the real one. Fuel pumps are on. Okay, I think we're good, guys. We're at flaps 1. We got the rest of the flaps and the gear to come out. Okay. Picked up a little bit of altitude, but we're okay. And then where's our turn-in point? Kind of on the south side of the island, right? The terrain tells us that. Well, not really. Kind of once we get into the thick part of the mainland. So really, oh yeah, I can see it. Oh, now we got some cloud cover coming in. That's okay. Well, we're joining the ILS anyway. Yeah, I think we want to start a gentle right turn here. And since we are now essentially descending on glide slope, we'll get flaps 2 in gear. Yeah, there comes that localizer. Nice smooth join, actually. .90 knots, we can go flaps 3. Nantucket traffic. Douglas 514 Delta Victor's DC-3 6-mile final on visual 24 Nantucket. We'll We'll call 500 the last call for those predictions, guys. We're passing through 1500 now. Do have 2 more notches of flaps to go. It's 5-mile final. Gonna get the flaps 3 going under 90 knots. Nantucket traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's 3-mile final, runway 24, Nantucket. Alright, 800, 700. Coming up on last call for those predictions, guys. Let's go ahead and get the last notch of flaps in. We'll aim for... aim for 75 knots down final and 70 over the fence. Found ourselves suddenly with a little bit of extra altitude and airspeed, so we'll get those under control here. There we go. Now we're back on profile. Last call for the predictions. Gears down in green, flaps are set and checked. It's a right-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. Going to be just a left visual pattern if we go missed. Landing checks complete. We'll set this thing on the ground, guys. .75 slowing to 70. One last center line correction here. Let's get the tail down. Let's see if we can make the next right. 44, we'll take that. Yeah, typically don't do the flap stowing until you're clear of the runway, but we'll forgive ourselves that this time. There we go. Oh, we need to get the tail wheel unlocked. Come on, come on. There we go. 44, 99 and 44, 100% pure, guys. How's that? Alright, we're just going to Charlie right in. Nantucket, 514 Delta Victor, clear 24, Charlie straight into the ramp, Nantucket. Flaps are stowed. Anti-collision. Landing lights off. Taxi light would have come on with the landing clearance. Heat to heat off. Fuel pumps off. And we can open up those cow flaps. Open, I said. Yeah, that's that way. Got it. Alright, made it to the ramp. Let's figure out where we're going to park for the night, guys. And again, it doesn't matter for our purposes. It doesn't matter that we didn't have air traffic control online the entire time, because we actually do have credit for this flight already. from the previous time we went through the program. But certainly, if you do this for credit, you want to make sure that you've checked with them ahead of time. You know, they've said that the Wings IFR 24 is approved, and that way that's their signal to you that they're planning on staying on until you complete it. Alright guys, let's go ahead and get pulled up and parked. Run through the shutdown. I think you guys have already identified our raffle ticket winner. Get a nice screenshot to go out on. I know there were a couple questions back in the chat that I'm going to see if I can go back and get. But we'll just run through the shutdown real quick and see how much time we have. Also want to do a couple of landing replays on that one too. So tail wheel. So yeah, all that stuff we did. Taxi light off, parking brake on, tail wheel can now be relocked. The transponder can be changed to 1200 and off. Let's go ahead and shut down the, well, we'll shut down both since we aren't done for the night. So mix magnetos. And generators off, so you see our friend Chugley moving around a little bit, probably getting in position for a nice little screenshot at the end. Very good. Okay, so mixed magnetos and generators are off. Seatbelt signs can come off now. You guys can start making your way out. We'll go ahead and get the doors opened, which you can see on the outside there. Doors are now open. All right, very good. And we'll check on our fuel and ETA. So the ETA, revised ETA, once we got airborne. Let's see, 10:50 on the ground, 10:55 on the blocks. Oh, we're only 5 minutes past that. That's not too bad. And we're supposed to end with 198 total gallons or 1,187 total pounds. Let's see how we did with that. 198 gallons, basically just shy of 200 gallons. We wound up with just, oh man, I messed up that fuel balance pretty bad. Okay. That's all right. So 48, 58, 68, 78, 80. And then 50, and then 100. And so we'll call it 185. What did I say? We're supposed to have 198? Okay, that's not too bad. And my checklist, yeah, my sheet says 1,187. And let's see how we were. 1130. So really only about 60 pounds short, 10 gallons short. That's not too bad. So yeah, not too bad with the flight time and fuel estimates. I think that we were that short on the first flight, so the second flight estimates were actually very, very good. And again, if you want to see how I come up with those numbers, there is a playlist on my YouTube channel called VATSIM Tutorials, and a tutorial called Flight Time and Fuel Estimates. Alright, so there we go. Got some stuff to do in the chat here. Let's circle back first of all and figure out for sure. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. Let's finish up the shutdown. So the throttle and prop levers can come down. Radio master off, and inverter off. The smoking sign, taxi nav and beacon. Yeah, taxi lights should have shut off when I parked. Get the what else? Okay. Oh, I have both of them on right main. I thought I rebalanced them, but I put them both on right somehow. Oh well. It's not a Slant Alpha stream if I don't screw up the fuel balance. Fuel tanks are off. We'll close up the cowl flaps. Get the master battery and close up the doors. Yeah, that's my crack fuel management technique. There we go. All right, cold and dark on the ramp, and there we are. All right, let's come back and make official our. Let's find a nice screenshot to go out on. There we go. Let's make official our landing rate winner. Let's come back and see what the predictions were. Let's see. Oh my gosh, a lot of stuff. We got subscription back there from CT Huskies, Connecticut Huskies, with the subscription 45 minutes ago now. I'm very sorry that I missed that, Connecticut, and thanks for stopping in. I hope that you're still here. I apologize for not being able to acknowledge that when it happened. Alright, we did talk about those NDB airwaves. Alright, so there were the predictions. 88, 110, 52 from Chugley, 33 from Pick a 5-string. 45 was the real Millhouse. Yeah, that one off Papa Charlie with the 115. Yeah, so yeah, the real Millhouse is the one that gets the winning entry. Let's go ahead and get that made official. And some folks there stopped in at the last moment and said hi. So yeah, Pick a 5-string. Welcome back to the stream. Rob Valkyrie was here. If you were here earlier, the furry co-pilot hopefully said hi to you. I didn't catch that. Who else? Some predictions from some folks that I didn't get a chance to say hi to. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. There was one kind of paragraph earlier. I'm trying to scroll back and see it. Oh, maybe it was, oh, real Millhouse. Gosh, it was before the first landing even, I think. Can you explain why all of the approaches around Boston are Boston approach and not Providence or Nantucket or whatever? They used to be. They used to all be separate, but now they're all operated out of one building. It's what they call a consolidated TRACON. It's similar to what you find at Potomac, where we have BWI and Dulles and DCA all under one facility. It's literally one building controls all three. And in New York, you have one building that controls all the Bravos in New York. In Southern California, you have what's called SoCal approach that controls all of the airports around SoCal, and then NorCal approach, same thing. So it's a similar concept. It's what they call a consolidated TRACON. But yeah, as recently as like 3 years ago, all this area was called Cape Approach. But when they merged it in, they closed down that building, and they literally just made everything controlled under one building, which I believe is in... So Boston Center, I think, is in Nashua. I can't remember what city Approach is in, or maybe I have that backwards. Anyway, but yeah, it's literally all called Boston Approach because it's literally all one building of controllers that does it. The real Millhouse. And that was our landing at KACK. On 12/27. All right, you're in the entry for our drawing that's happening 2 nights from now, Wednesday night. So congrats for getting in under the tag there. You get the last entry in. Maybe you'll be the first entry out. We'll see what happens. But that drawing is going to take place on Wednesday, the 29th. We're going to start the stream at 7 p.m. We'll probably do the landing rate drawing fairly early in the stream, and then we'll do the alphabets drawing toward the end of the stream. Those of you new to the channel, let me at least take a moment to explain what we're talking about with these raffle things that we're bandying about here. And I owe a few folks some tickets too. Acronerd and Ickbins Flow both get 1 ticket in. All right, cool. Take care of that real quick. Hopefully I spelled that right. It's all going on a paper ticket anyway, so I will definitely know who it meant. But Ickbins, if you're still here and you hit !TIX, it should tell you the correct number. If it doesn't, I might have one misspelled and one correctly spelled or whatever. It's all going to go on paper tickets, and you'll be in drawing the correct number of times anyway, so you're all good either way. Anyway, guys, those of you new to the stream, we have 2 ongoing raffles that we do on this channel. We draw toward the end of each month. And the way you get in on the alphabets... Okay, gotcha. Pit Power, thanks so much. Boston Center is in Nashua, and that's what I thought. After I said it, I was like, oh, wait a minute, I think that's Center. So Center's in Nashua. The TRACON is in Merrimack, New Hampshire. Okay, there you go. So both of them in the state of New Hampshire. Anyway, so the The Alphabets raffle is the one that you can get in by virtue of the chat points at the bottom of the chat panel there. The Twitch points that on this channel we call Alphabets points, the little Alphabet cereal icon, and then you have a little purple button that tells you how many of those you have. If you have 1,000 or more, cash those in for 1 entry into Wednesday's drawing. If you save up and shoot for 5,000, that gives you 6 entries into the next drawing. So if you don't have 5,000, that's okay. You can cash in as many 1,000s as you have to make sure you're in Wednesday night's drawing. But after Wednesday night, we'll draw the winner. We'll reset all the entries after that. So any points that you're saving up thereafter will just go in towards January's drawing. So no worries about missing out. If you don't get in on this drawing, we're going to do it all over again. We do it at the end of every month, or toward the end of every month. And the next drawing will be January the 26th. So if you don't get in on this Wednesday's drawing 2 days from now, don't worry. Keep saving those points and start cashing them in soon thereafter. Additionally, if you join us on Wednesday night, we usually do the Alphabets raffle toward the very end of the stream. So you can even kind of hang out with us on Wednesday and probably get up to 1,000 points if you jump in. We're going to start the stream at 7 p.m. and we'll do that drawing toward the end, whatever time the traffic levels dissipate Wednesday night. Chugly gets one. All right, cool. Go ahead and get that in now before I get sidetracked and forget. There you go. All right, the second raffle that we're also going to draw on Wednesday is our landing rate raffle. Of course, you saw the 2 winners that we got in tonight. Chugly and the Real Millhouse got in their closest predictions. They were the ones who were closest to the vertical descent rate upon touchdown for our 2 landings tonight. We've got the Black Ops follow. Thanks so much for that. We won't tell anybody that you're here. Obviously, we don't want to out you. But thanks very much for stopping by. The second landing, the second raffle is the landing rate raffle. Again, we're going to pull that probably toward the beginning of the stream on Wednesday. And again, it was Chugly and Millhouse that got entries in tonight. They are up against all of the ones who were the closest predictions to our vertical descent rate upon touchdown for all of the landings we have done in the last approximately month or so. And so we'll pull 1 winner from each of those 2 raffles. Each of the winners gets their choice of any 1 item from this prize vault list, which includes the black t-shirt, the white t-shirt with black trim, or the plain white t-shirt, all with the Slant Alpha logo on the front. We've got the white ball cap, we got the mouse pad coffee mug, traditional and tapered coffee mugs, and we got the Slant Alpha tote bag, and then we've got the Amazon gift card. If you don't want any of my crap, that's not really going to hurt my feelings in the least, only a tiny little bit. But it will save me a trip to the post office at least. If you take the Amazon gift card or the xplane.org store gift card, valued at $25 each. It's your subscriptions and donations and cheer bits and merchandise sales that help fund this stuff, guys. I don't do this for a living. I don't even do it for a side income. I give as much of it as I can back to you. So that is my way of thanking you for the support that you give to this stream day in and day out. And we thank you so much for it. Let us back up a step and take a gander at the replays. I was pretty pleased with these landings, guys. We'll go ahead and disconnect from X-Pilot there. Mr. Chugly vanishes off the screen. Sorry, Chugly, but glad that you were able to fly along at least with the first leg tonight. And sorry about the issue that you encountered there on the second leg. Hope that you get that sorted out. Let's go ahead and back up the stream here a little bit, and we'll take a peek at this from a few different angles. There's the tower view. How far out are we? We're still turning base there. Let's speed that up a little bit. Black Ops says, "How's your night?" Well, our night is ending. Sorry that you jumped in at the end here, but we typically broadcast for you Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be off this Friday for New Year's Eve, but we will be on this Saturday for New Year's Day, so adjusting the schedule for you this week, but our next stream is on our normal schedule Wednesday at 7 p.m. We're going to be doing some VATSIM air traffic control on the stream on Wednesday. I hope that you will get a chance to stop back and see us. If you want to know what's coming up on the short term on the stream, you can follow us on Facebook or Twitter, and we are Slant Alpha on both of those venues. But the full show schedule is down there underneath the About tab, and it's also published on that Facebook page, and then it's also on our Discord server as well, so you can get good sense of what we're going to be up to in any given day for you if you check that out. All right, let's take a look at this, guys. Discord server link, by the way, is on the lower right-hand side of your screen, and we were talking earlier about the potential for a vintage aircraft version of Cross the Pond that we were thinking about trying to organize it. It may not work. It's already in just kicking some ideas around. It's presenting some logistical challenges. And the regular Cross the Pond event that they do on VATSIM twice a year already is enough of a logistical challenge. So we may or may not really figure this out, but we can certainly kick around some ideas and give it a try. If you want to jump in on that Discord server, the link's on the lower right-hand side of the screen, and discuss that with us. Or if you, oh my God, that looked gorgeous. Look at that. Got the tail down and then get the brakes on. Man, that looked really good. Pretty good on the center line too. Not too bad with that little bit of wavering down center line on final, but yeah, that was a little bit too hard on the brakes because I didn't realize I was that far away from that next turnoff. But yeah, that looked pretty golden, guys. I was very happy with that. Very happy with that. Back that up and watch it from another view or two here. Anyway, jump in on that Discord server if you want to discuss that the vintage Cross the Pond, or if you want to just jump in and say hi or ask any questions about anything that you saw on the stream tonight that I didn't get a chance to answer if I was doing all that hand flying. Certainly wasn't ignoring you on purpose, but jump in on that Discord and ask away, guys, and I'll answer as best as I can. I pretty much monitor it 24/7 when I'm not streaming, so feel free. Tech support questions or whatever you have there, just go ahead and pop in and say hi and just shoot the breeze with us. The YouTube channel, the link is on the lower left-hand side of the screen. Oh, we wanted to change the view here. Let's try that again. The YouTube channel link is on the lower left-hand side of your screen. And that is where we archive all of our old flight broadcasts. Okay, so we're a little bit right. Did we bring it back over? We kind of did. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We were at least straddling the center line when we touched. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Alright, let's look at it from one more angle, guys. Alright. Anyway, so the YouTube link's on the lower left-hand side of your screen. All of the old flight broadcasts are there. But we also have a series of playlists called the VATSIM Tutorials. We've got one for the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England program, which we just finished up tonight. So this will be the last entry into that playlist. But if you are interested in performing those 30 training flights as part of the Boston Virtual ARTCC, you now have a complete series of flights you can look at as far as demos. And there's mostly kind of how it's done, and in a few cases how it's not done. But, you know, again, our arrival into our first airport tonight wasn't perfect. We, you know, could have done a couple of little things better, but we try to point those out to you so that you can learn from the successes and learn from the failures equally. And, you know, we're never shy about, you know, kind of troubleshooting what we could have done better. So there you go. But, yeah, we got VATSIM tutorials if you're interested in getting on VATSIM, but you need to know what to say to controllers, or you want to know how to put routes together. The flight time and fuel estimates thing I mentioned. We've also got one on reading VFR sectionals in the U.S., so we've got a lot of good information over there you can check out if you are interested in learning more about aviation, at least as it pertains to getting on the VATSIM network. So please feel free to check those out, ask questions in the comments, or back on our Discord server like we mentioned. All right, guys, I think that is going to wrap it up for us then. Did I come back and... Yeah, I got the raffle and stuff. Yeah, so that's going to wrap it up for us. We are back with you on Wednesday. As I've mentioned a couple of times, we're going to do some VATSIM air traffic control on the stream here, which we do from time to time. I am an S2 rated controller on the VATSIM network in the Washington ARTCC, so that means we often will control for you either at Washington National, DCA, or sometimes at Dulles, sometimes up at Baltimore, occasionally at Raleigh-Durham, and other facilities within Washington would be like Richmond, Norfolk. We've even done Newport News, Charlottesville, any of the facilities within the Washington's ARTCC airspace, we can pop in for you. But most often it's going to be either DCA or Dulles or Baltimore. Those are the 3 busiest fields on VATSIM within our control. So it's going to probably be one of those. We'll jump on whichever one is open at the time. It's all kind of first come, first serve, so I don't really know right now which one I would be able to grab when Wednesday night comes around. But check us out, 7 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday, and again, we're going to draw our raffle winners for the month of December. We're going to reset the entries and start it all over again for January. So don't feel bad if you don't get in on these drawings. We're going to reset all the entries and do it all over again for you. What else, guys? Oh, and then Friday we're off. Saturday, though, we are going to finish up our Douglas Overseas tour that we've been working on for almost 2 years. In this very aircraft, we last landed at Portland, Maine. We're going to bring it back through Danbury, Connecticut, and then down to Baltimore, where the tour all started a year and 9 months ago. We took this thing up and over the North Atlantic in a series of hops, and down through the UK and mainland Europe, and all around the Mediterranean islands and coasts, and then back kind of the way we came, and we're just about ready to finish up this tour. It has been, like I said, a year and 9 months in the making. We are going to finish up with episode number 33, which will be legs number 56 and 57 of the tour on January 1st, New Year's Day. So off Friday night, our normal broadcasting night because of New Year's Eve. Plans with the wifey, of course. But then Saturday night, New Year's Day itself, we will go ahead and broadcast for you 7 p.m. Eastern Time, normal start time, just a day later than usual on that. Got some giveaways planned for that night as well, probably some landing rate giveaways, and we'll kind of do a little bit of a retrospective and talk about some of the great stops that we made on that tour and some of the weird stuff that we encountered along the way, and really a handful of truly unique places that we went to and truly unique experiences that we had in this very Aeroworx freeware DC-3 for XP11. So that'll be on Saturday. All right, the last thing to do then is to wrap up and find somebody that we can send the stream over to. Who do we have that's broadcasting right now that we can send you to? We've got a few. Let me see if I can find one doing some general aviation ops. Somebody that's still on. Yeah, looks like we got some folks that are wrapping up. I'm trying to find somebody that's still going to be on for you a little bit here. Alright, I think we got it. Okay. Yep. Alright, guys. Well, we are going to send you over. It's not general aviation ops, but it is a flight simmer that is just getting up and running on his flight. Looks like he's doing some P3D flying, some sort of airline ops. He's flying down in Australia. It is our friend Studio Canuck. So please give him a warm welcome. Tell him thank you, and send him my love. Send him some Slant Alpha love, and we will hope that you will ride along and enjoy the flight there with Studio Canuck down there in Australia. We will talk to you again Wednesday from the Tower Cab to be determined. But until then, do have a great rest of your week. Week start, I guess I should say, and be healthy and safe in your own travels and adventures in the meantime, guys. We'll talk to you soon.